So here we are. You come into this room and you sit down, and you might think, well, here I'm in a retreat and I'm walking into this room. You walk into rooms many times a day. You're just walking into another room, and here you are. You walk into the room, you find a chair, you sit down, and you're here at the retreat. So you expect, there's going to be some talking, and we'll hang out and talk a bit. That's a Cliff Notes version. That's not what's happening. What's happening is infinitely detailed, infinitely subtle, infinitely unresolvable, infinitely dynamic. And what this yoga is all about is recognizing and being with what is actually here, the book itself, not the Cliff Notes version. Or you go to a movie, it's some movie about some chick flick about a guy and a girl, and stuff happens, and then they kind of get together and happily ever after. Okay, cool. That's the Cliff Notes version. But then imagine the way the editor of that movie looks at that movie. He looks at every frame, every pixel, the contrast of the colors, exactly what colors are showing up, the way the pictures are framed, and cropping it and editing it, and shall I cut here or shall I cut, a hundredth of a second later, and all that detail is there. But it's just some movie about some guy and some girl, and they get to. So there's a Cliff Notes version, and there's the detail, and the detail is literally infinite. And that's where you find the magic. That's where you find the mystery. That's what is powerful, is in the details of your experience. It's all right here. The details are right here. This normalcy that is present, just this, here you are, and there you're seeing, and you're hearing, and you're feeling, and you're thinking thoughts, and just all the usual stuff, right? But again, that's the Cliff Notes version. What's really here? And oh my God, it's detailed. It's incredibly precise. And there's no end to the detail. There's no end to the dimensions and qualities and textures that present themselves experientially. Right here, accessibly. It's not like you need to go out somewhere and go looking for this stuff and, go crazy learning new techniques to go somewhere else. Right here, what is right here? You are already totally engaged with incredible subtlety in detail. Right now, how many colors are you seeing? How many colors are you seeing? You couldn't possibly make a finite list of the number of colors you're seeing right now. You're seeing literally an infinite number of colors. Every tiny little pixel is a different shade from every other pixel, and each of those pixels, if you look even closer, has different shades within it. Forever. How many degrees of brightness are you seeing right now? Infinite. This is just your field of vision. How many shapes are you seeing right now? The experience is fractally, infinitely detailed. Infinitely, you can go into it as far as you want, and you don't need to go. It's right here. It is that right here. And the real kicker, what makes this easy, what makes this effortless, is that you're already engaged with all that. Your inherent intelligence. When you walk into a room you've never been in before, instantly you see everything that's in there. Instantly, bang, you see the whole thing. You may not think about it, you may not know what it is, you may not be able to describe it, but how long does it take you to see your field of vision? Well, you see all of it right now. Bang. How does that happen? Because you are an inconceivable, powerful intelligence that effortlessly is totally engaged with all the nuances and details of your experience. Now, typically this is, unconscious, so we aren't aware that we're doing it. But that's bullshit, because you are actually doing it. It's you that is doing it. What is seeing your field of vision right now, I'm using vision as an example, but this is completely arbitrary. What's seeing your field of vision right now is what you are. And how does it see everything all at once? How does it do that? It just can't. It just plain can't. Because it's powerful. It's incredibly intelligent. It's incredibly functional. And so you're already doing that. So that's why this is so easy. It's not like you need to learn new skills or learn how to be with your experience in a new way. It's so much simpler than that. Just effortlessly notice that it's already happening. And this normalcy, this Cliff Notes normalcy is inconceivably astounding, inconceivably bizarre, inconceivably transcendental. It really is. It just happens to be that, it's kind of nice that it does happen to be that, but it just objectively happens to be the case that that's what this is. And you already know it. You're already engaged with it. So what could be easier than simply taking the plunge and letting yourself notice that you notice it already?
As soon as you said Cliff Notes, I thought of my students. And it's interesting always sort of be on this side rather than on that side.
Uh-huh.
They would say, so is this going to be on the test, and how do I get an A?
Right. What language do you want? How many sentences do I have to put it in?
and I think that's, in some way or another, it seems to me that sort of attitude is what keeps folks from engaging with this.
Yeah.
You're sort of objective-oriented, achievement-oriented on all of it, and you don't relax and play.
Yeah, well, it becomes, it comes from essentially having a kind of a mental template of what involvement consists of, and that's sort of minimized or streamlined, and you're thinking, I need you sort of a short checklist of, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to do this, I need to do that, and if I've done that, then I'm meeting the situation okay, functionally. Which, of course, throws the baby out with the bathwater, because there's all this incredible richness here. But of course it's done in well-intentioned ignorance, because all the detail and all the background seems to be not particularly interesting or particularly useful. What do you do with the fact that you're seeing an infinite number of colors right now? How does that help me? Well, it turns out it helps enormously, but only if you get that it does. And that's where all this spirituality stuff kicks in. It turns out that is enormously powerful, that is enormously useful, but not in the human realm. Not for impressing people that are making more money, in most cases. Not for, human frame of reference of what's functional, what's a good idea to do. What's the point of seeing an infinite number of colors? What's the point of noticing that you can't pin anything down? Like, who cares? Let philosophers worry about it. Well, yeah, you can do that. But it happens that if you take the trouble or make the leap of looking into this, there's a serious payoff. It turns out that what's going on here is unbelievably cool. And you are it, so you have access to that. And so, take it or leave it. No problem. You don't have to. It doesn't matter. Living your life as a human being is totally fine. Most people do, or they think they are.
As you said so many times, once you start noticing, it just continues to build on itself.
Yeah.
Noticing, like listening to music, I guess. You get this ear, and then you really understand a lot more about music, and you can really start to make some pretty cool distinctions.
Yeah. Noticing is a lot like making a tiny little hole with a pin in a balloon. Things start to happen. It doesn't stay there. It's making this tiny little hole in this balloon. The cardinal issue in terms of being with this powerfully is the fact that what it is not dependent upon what it looks like. And what it looks like has absolutely nothing to do with what it is. So if you relate to your experience in terms of what it looks like, you're going to be hopelessly confused and never find resolution. If you relate to your experience in terms of what it is, regardless of what it looks like, then you will find resolution, you will find completeness, you will find empowerment, you will find what you are, you will find authority, you will find all these things. Of course, what it looks like is very obvious and distracting, perhaps, and accessible. But what it looks like also reveals what it actually is if you look closely. What it looks like is really distracting and misleading only to the extent that you oversimplify what you hold it to be. You know, the Cliff's Notes version. When you settle for oversimplified descriptions and relate to the way things appear in terms of oversimplified descriptions, you will be misled, and you will be led off into confusion and off on a merry wild goose chase. Whereas even with appearances, if you look at what appearances actually are, you'll discover appearances are, well, all the qualities that I listed on the sheet the first night. Appearances reveal that they are unresolvable, undefinable, absolutely unstable, so on and so forth, which reveals that they aren't anything in particular, even though, again, as we were also talking about earlier, even though there's all this incredible specificity that presents as the way it appears to be, being exactly this and exactly that and so on and so forth, all of that is actually completely indeterminate. You can't actually, even though it seems to be very specific and is very specific, all the specifics themselves are not specific. Of course, physicists are very familiar with this issue in terms of, what they call the uncertainty principle. Whereas if you really look very closely at what anything is physically, you can't actually pin down what it is. And it turns out that that's not a result of sloppy observation. It's a result of what it is that you're looking at is of such a nature that it does not resolve into a single state or a single condition. And this happens to apply across the board. It happens to apply on a macro level of your actual experience as well. So everything looks exactly the way it looks, and it seems to be exactly what it is if you don't look too close. When you look more closely, when you are really with your experience in the way that it actually presents itself, you'll discover you can't actually pin down what anything is, what condition it is. You can't say what color any color actually is. You can't say what texture any sensation actually has. It's all strangely weird and indeterminate and mirage-like, where it looks like it's something very solid when you don't look too closely. When you get closer and you're closer, and it kind of disappears, like a mirage does. All of this is directly discoverable experientially. It's not philosophy or theory. It's just a simple, obvious fact that you can discover very easily in observation. And if you do so, it will reward you with an accurate perspective on what you are and what this is that's going on here, which turns out to be to have some advantages. And if you don't do that, you're liable to continue to relate into your experience in terms of what it looks like, and be led hither and yon with no resolution, and no consummation, and no completion, no anything. The fabled samsara. As human beings, typically we're used to relating to our lives and our circumstances in terms of what seems to be happening. Are we succeeding? Are we failing? Are we happy? Are we sad? Are we experiencing pleasure? Are we experiencing pain? All the different circumstantial qualifications that are showing up in our life. And as we've all been around the block a few times, and as we all know, these things come and go. You can't hold them off. You can't hold pain off. You can't cling to pleasure. You can't guarantee success. You can't guarantee not failing. Everything just comes and goes, and like the tides, like the weather. Some days it's a nice day, some days it's not. And that's just how it is. The circumstances continually change. But what this is does not change. And the relevant point is, you are this. And so even as the circumstances change, you don't change. You're not dependent upon the circumstances. And coming to see this directly frees you from being jerked around by the circumstances, where you experience these profound sufferings and these profound elations and all this stuff as this crazy turn of events just have their way with us. Instead of having that matter, it just doesn't. It's like going lucid in a dream. When you come to see that you're dreaming, it doesn't matter what you're dreaming about. It can be a nightmare, it can be an erotic dream, it can be a totally boring, weird dream. What difference does it make? It's just a dream. It's just shapes, and it doesn't affect you. You're not dependent upon it because you're the dreamer. You're not stuck in the dream. And exactly the same condition attains right here. And to come to see that is simply a matter of coming to notice that that is the case. It always has been the case. It always will be the case. It can't not be the case. It can't not be that. And that, since that's so, it's possible to come to see this, and it's a great advantage to come to see this, because it's what has been called in spiritual literature, it's liberation. You become free of thinking any of this crazy stuff that happens in our lives matters. I mean, you're going to lose, you're going to die, you're going to get sick and die, you're going to get hit by a car, you're going to whatever, right? But it's not losing, it's like, it doesn't matter, it's a non-event, it's just a change of event. It's like going to sleep, or like having the weather change or something. The appearance looks different, but what it is doesn't change, and you are actually that doesn't change. It's not a matter of it's being static or, just something, it's not like that. What it is transcendental. You can't say it doesn't change is way too simplistic. But the fact is that what this is, what you are, what reality is not dependent upon what it looks like. In the most powerful sense, whatever it looks like, disaster, war, pestilence, sleazy politicians, success, failure, it doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter. I mean, it matters in its own terms. It's by all means, try to straighten things out, try to live in a nice world, all that's great. But in actuality, nothing hinges on it. The show goes on. What this is it cannot be damaged by what it looks like, by what seems to be happening. And it cannot be improved by what seems to be happening either. Wonderful experiences and great bliss and, hanging out with holy people and, angels coming down from heaven, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's all just a show. It doesn't affect anything, it doesn't improve anything, and horrible events don't damage anything. They come and go. They're just like the weather. And this being the case, you can come to see this directly, because even though you are, of course, very sensitive to and perceptive of the changes, you all know what's going on, it's in your face, right? But you're also engaged with and perceptive of, whether you realize it or not, what you are that is beyond the event. And that being the case, you can notice this, you can come to realize this, you can come to, they call it more consciously, engage with that portion of your experience, which is already the case, and it drastically shifts your perspective on what's going on here, on what you are, on what's important, on what matters, on what's valuable. So, this is just another restatement of what we've been looking at the whole retreat, but it's really the point. What you are already, what you have always been, what you always will be, what you can't not be. It's impossible for you to not be absolutely transcendental. Well, you can't say. There's no words for it. But it's the fact, and it's real and it's actual. It's right here, right now. It's perceptible. It is knowable most profoundly. And doing so will drastically shift your perspective on what matters and what feels good and what hurts and what's the problem and all those kinds of things. And since it's possible to do, since you have the opportunity to do so, why not? You don't have to. I mean, you can just go out and go into your life like usual and get jerked around and have all sorts of crazy stuff happen, and that's great. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe you win the lottery. Maybe not. But even if you do, shit keeps happening. And which is fine. There's no problem with that. And you get to have your cake and eat it too, because you discover that you're not dependent upon all this stuff, but you still get to participate in it. You get to be a person. You get to have a life. You get to struggle all these struggles. You get to strive for what you want to strive for. You get to enjoy pleasures, and you get to get pissed off at pain, and be righteously indignant about all the horrible things going on. You get to do all that, but explicitly, implicitly, and powerfully that it's just not that important. It's not going to actually affect you. Just like, for those of you that have had this experience, when you go lucid in a dream, the dream doesn't necessarily stop. But it's a dream. And what a difference. I mean, what a difference. It still looks the same, and you still get to do it. It's like, oh, wow, this is a dream. Maybe I'll go over there and see what's happening over there. And you can go check it out. But it's a lark. It doesn't matter anymore. The pressure's off. Because you're not dependent upon it. Nothing hinges on what happens, actually. Because you're not stuck in the dream. You're not even in the dream. The dream is just appearing within your experience. And you will not ultimately be impacted one way or the other by what happens. When the dream's over, you'll still be there, and you won't have been damaged by the bad things that happened, and you won't have been improved by the good things that seem to have happened. And this is very directly knowable. It's not metaphorically the case, or something to aspire to, or something, a pretty allegory that's somehow referential of something that might be good. It's literally true. You are eternal. You are beyond space and time. You are invulnerable. This is a fact. It just happens to be the case that that's so. And since it's the case, and since it's directly knowable, why not have at it? You have the opportunity, Spirituality is ultimately a matter of perspective. It is the nature of intelligence to orient itself. It spontaneously seems to find, or try to find, some kind of a perspective or orientation or alignment or assessment of what its situation is, which is causes both the spiritual problem as well as enables the spiritual solution. The spiritual problem, ignorance, delusion, consists of an inaccurate orientation to the actuality of this situation, to what this actually is. And this inaccuracy leads to frustration, leads to faulty functioning, leads to disappointment, pain, suffering, all these kinds of things, because since the intelligence is orienting to an apparent situation, an apparent condition which isn't actually existent, naturally things don't work out in accordance with the expectations that are implied in whatever that perspective happens to be. On the other hand, it is possible for the intelligence to accurately orient to its situation, to what it actually is, to what this condition actually is, which is the condition that's been variously called enlightenment or realization, liberation, all these various other things. And in that case, the disappointment, frustration, confusion, sloppy functioning that is implicit in an inaccurate orientation is removed, it's solved, it's no longer an issue. And the nature of the problem arises mainly because experience is such a complex, multidimensional phenomena that there are many possible ways to orient to it that are implicit in it. Empirically anyway, and perhaps intrinsically, it seems like the most obvious ways to orient to it are the least accurate, which may go towards explaining why there seem to be in the spiritual terms, such a preponderance of confusion among the population and such a rarity of enlightenment or realization. Of course, we could possibly sum up a typical consensus reality worldview as the objective existence of the material universe as the primary phenomena, as the primary fact. And out of this primary condition has arisen secondary phenomena like bodies, life forms, consciousness, functioning of individual lives, all of which are held to exist as small epiphenomena of this basic condition of an objectively existing material world, which is considered to be the base condition, the primary condition, which seems logical on the face of it. That's a very viable interpretation. A lot of very intelligent people can buy into that worldview very, very easily, very credibly. By and large, Western science and so on is all based on this sort of a materialist worldview. And it seems to have a high degree of coherence and consistency, which is, of course, fine. It just happens to be completely inaccurate. On the basis of that, stereotypical worldview that we can suppose that a large majority of people hold something more or less like that. There are a lot of very obvious phenomena, sensory phenomena, orientation to a body, orientation to functioning in the environment, all these sorts of things. And then there are a lot of phenomena which are more tenuous with regard to these more obvious layer or level of phenomena, where we have moods and subtle, more amorphous, sort of more consciousness-based experience. Let's say they're typically very subjective, the kind of thing you experience when you're dozing off to sleep or in deep sleep or what have you, that have no objective material reference. They have no objective material correlation. And so, of course, naturally, in accordance with this point of view, we write these off as sort of noise in the system, as extra, imprecisions that are floating around and not particularly of any importance. So we so we could look at this sort of a worldview generically as consisting of sort of the basis of the objective physical reality, and then on top of that are these sort of epiphenomena of the harmonics of life forms and so on and so forth. And now we get to the various these seemingly subtle abstract aspects of consciousness that are just considered to be almost fluff. They're essentially of virtually no importance. The actuality is almost the opposite of that. Almost the opposite of this stereotypical worldview that I'm caricaturing here. Let's jump to an analogy. Let's look at a movie theater. So in a movie, you have the projector, the film running through it, which in a dark room, of course, we all know, projects patterns of light and of course, accompanying patterns of sound. For present, we'll just talk about light and assume the sound comes with it. It's the same idea. Onto a screen, and the audience watches the screen and gets very absorbed in these patterns of light, and typically, to the point of view of the moviegoer, the patterns of light are the primary phenomena. You go to the movie to see the damn movie. You don't care about the projector, as long as it's working properly, you know. If the projector freezes up or something, then you set up a squawk and you go out and you tell the usher. But basically, as long as the movie is working well, that's what you're there for. You're there for the movie. In terms of the movie theater, though, the actual prime phenomena is the projector. The movie is an artifact. The movie is you can play any movie, and the projector is what is happening, and then the movie is very much after the fact from the projector's correct functioning. And this is quite analogous to our situation here. We are very typically absorbed, and in this materialistic worldview, we're very absorbed with the apparent phenomena of our lives in terms of the environment, in terms of apparent conditions, in terms of, how we're doing on our scorecard of success and failure, happiness and disappointment, and so on and so forth, which is very analogous to being in the movie theater and hanging on every action of the supposed beings that seem to be presenting themselves in the context of the movie being shown. But of course, the actuality, the important fact in a movie theater, the basis of it all is, in fact, the projector, and ultimately, actually, the bulb within the projector, because it's the light that is shining from that bulb that the entire phenomena is an artifact of, happens as a result of that. And likewise here, in this situation, there is the actual basic condition, which is very analogous to the light bulb within the movie projector, that we by and large completely ignore. In the theater, you're paying attention to the movie. You're not, turning around and looking back up into the light shining out of a little hole. And yet that's what's really happening. But it's not very interesting. The movie's much more interesting, right? It's much more juicy. That's where the plot is. That's where all the action is happening. But it's not the actual event. The actual event is actually all happening in the projection booth. And the rest of it is all very much downstream, logically, very much an effect rather than a cause. And likewise, in the case of your experience right here, the phenomena of your sensory experience, the phenomena of your interpretations, the phenomena of the environment, the phenomena of your history, the phenomena of your entire mental modeling of what's going on in your life and what it consists of and all of that is very analogous to the movie. It's patterns, essentially patterns of light. To use the analogy, if the primary element of movie is the light shining from the projector and all the rest is simply modifications of that or aspects of that, likewise what's happening here, there is a light source. Let's say by analogy. It may not literally be a light source, and it certainly isn't literally a light bulb, but there is a light source. There is a radiance. There is a primal positivity, call it, shining forth, analogous to the light bulb in the projector in the movie theater. And as a result of this primary shining forth and its nature, it ends up looking like all of this very, very elaborate, detailed patterning that, of course, we're also familiar with as the specifics of our experience, our sensory experience, our mental experience, various other, there's lots of ways to categorize experience. Most aspects of experience are uncategorizable because we don't have language to address them. The things we can talk about are typically things that occur within our senses, or abstractions of things that are more, typically subjective. But in actual fact, our subjective experience is vast, it's huge, consists of, literally infinite, call them fields of subtle phenomena that by their evanescence, by their subtlety, by their instability, by their multidimensionality, they defy being collapsed down to the specificity of language, the specificity of symbolizing, the specificity of indicating and differentiating, this is this and that's that, and this is different from that because it's this. Whereas all these very subtle, tenuous moods and vibes, and we don't have language for it, so I can't, are not of a nature to be susceptible to that kind of indication, to that kind of address. So in terms of the movie analogy, all the things that most people are typically so absorbed with, the circumstances of their lives, the specifics of their lives, of their body, of their interactions with other entities, and so on and so forth, is analogous to the movie. It's actually the most downstream, logically speaking, aspect of what's going on here. So far from being primal, it is completely and entirely secondary. So what is the primal phenomena that is so easy to ignore, that is so easy to not pay attention to? What is this primal radiance? What is the bulb and the projector that is showing this amazing show? And of course that is the question. Yeah.
So that analogy, can you bring it to the now?
Sure.
What would be the projector here?
Well, this is what we're talking about. The projector is right here, but it's difficult to see because what we're used to thinking of ourselves as seeing is the movie, is the circumstances. I'll get to that, and we'll have a lot of opportunity for discussion as we go on. I'm just sort of developing a thesis here, which is a euphemism for spinning bullshit. But hopefully it's interesting bullshit. So, from this point of view, reorienting ourselves from thinking of the circumstances of our lives, i.e. the movie as being primary, to the radiance, the light source, the projector, as being primary, would be a more accurate way of understanding what this is, what is happening here, what this circumstance is. And it turns out that in fact this is the case. And this is what realization consists of. This is what the fabled enlightenment consists of, and so on and so forth. I'm sure you all have been around the block. So there's in various spiritual traditions there are lots of references to these more primal phenomena under many guises. You have Shiva Shakti, you have Kundalini, you have in the Dzogchen tradition there's the primal cell, the primal shining forth of the Dharmakaya, so on and so forth. So and also various traditions treat these actualities in various guises. But tradition is not necessary because we have the real thing right here, so we can look very directly at what it is, at what's going on. And in order to facilitate this, I have coined the phrase radiant presence, which, aside from just being a catchy and potentially marketable spiritual buzz phrase, you can talk to the marketing department. It's actually a rather precise way of referring to some of the essential aspects of this primal condition. Radiant presence. Presence. There is presence. This is present. A synonym for present would be actual. A synonym for present would be real. This is here. This is actual. This is real. This is present. Right? What is present? Well, anything that's present is present, depending on how you classify it. The presence of your experience of your field of vision is present, I assume. The presence of the experience of your field of hearing is present, actual, real, I assume. So on and so forth. So the sense fields are here. Field of thought, thinking is here, I assume. Various other more subtler experiences, which may be, as I said, more difficult to indicate verbally, are here. The moods, the flavors, the ambiance, the subtle, subjective textures of experience they're present. They're actual. They are here. So what is this presence? And one of the interesting things about this presence is it's always the same. Anything that's present is exactly as present as anything else that's present. Your field of vision is not more or less present than what you're hearing at the present time. It's not more or less present than what you're thinking. Its textual presentation may be drastically different, right? I mean, thought is clearly distinguishable from vision, and it's of a very different order in terms of the sort of texture that it presents as. And yet, it is an actuality, or you wouldn't experience it. You know you're thinking because thought is present, right? It's not hypothetical. And likewise, anything you're experiencing, you're experiencing it, leaving aside what the it is, because it is present, and this presence is across the board. So presence could be said, to be analogous, very loosely, to the screen in the movie theater. In the movie, the screen's always there. It doesn't come and go. It's never more or less there, and the movie is always being shown on the screen. Even when the movie goes off, the screen's still there. So presence is a constant. Another synonym for presence is being. Being's difficult to wrap your head around because it sounds very abstract. Being, it's like, it's kind of thing that's obvious, but kind of difficult to address. It's kind of difficult to get your hands on. But presence is very subjective and obvious. The presence of your experience is right here. This is present. This is, concrete. It's supremely concrete. It's literally impossible to find anything more concrete than the presence of your experience. Anything you found that was concrete would be concrete because it was present in your experience. So again, it defers to the actuality of this presence as its reality, its being, its concreteness, its actuality. Your field of vision is actual because it is present. If it wasn't present, it would be like, the army of pink elephants that right now is getting out of the UFO on the ceiling of this building to take over the earth. It's great, but it's just not here. It's not present. It's not actual. It's bullshit. It's pie in the sky. But this presence is not. It's not hypothetical. It's not an abstraction. On the contrary, it is extremely concrete. And this, again, refers not to some presence in capital letters and in Sanskrit. It's just this actual presence of your experience right here, right now. Always, right? It's always present. It's always right here. It's always right now. Self-evidently. So, the other word I throw at this condition is radiant presence. It seems to be the nature of this presence to show up qualitatively. It presents itself in flavors. It doesn't seem to show up as plain vanilla. It's always, it shows up in vision as color, as brightness. It shows up in sound as volume, frequency, all these various other qualities, and so on and so forth. It shows up in thought as, well, we don't really have language to describe the texture of thought because, again, it's a rather tenuous thing. But nonetheless, thought has a dynamism. Thought has a qualitative aspect to it that enables it to be a conveyor of information. If thought had no qualities, it wouldn't. How could you think? It would just be, and so on and so forth. All these subtle moods and flavors and so on that, of course, color and really form the majority of our experience. Your feeling of you-ness, your feeling of what the day feels like, what the moment feels like, and which again is virtually impossible to pin down or describe or isolate descriptively. These are all they're colors, they're flavors, they're qualities, they're textures, they are call them information. So the presence, by its very nature, seems to show up as information, as quality, as event, as the quality of circumstance, what have you. And this is inextricable. There's never not present. You never are not. You are, and this isness is, in its concrete aspect, is simply this presence that is right here. And the presence always looks like something. It looks like your experience at the moment, whatever it is. Even if your experience is essentially nothing, like you're in general anesthesia for major surgery or something, it's never completely nothing. It never actually stops. So it can look like anything. And yet, it is actual. It is present. Just this present, this everyday, ordinary presence that is right here, right now, and always. And it is radiant, i.e., full of qualities, i.e., it looks the way it happens to look at the moment. Now, this radiance is very interesting because it has some very interesting properties as well. It is entirely dynamic. No condition, no experienced condition has any stability whatsoever, has any permanence whatsoever. Whatever you happen to be experiencing at any given moment, in any portion of your experience, instantaneously morphs into something else, disappears, changes. You never, in other words, a simple way of saying that is you never experience the same thing twice. You never even really experience it once because you try and find the now of it, and it's already gone. It's already something else. So you can't actually ever land on the present condition because it is so intrinsically dynamic that there's not even enough stability to pin it down. In the event, it's already gone. It's already gone. So there's this amazing dynamism and instability to the radiance, to the qualities that appear as experience, to the content of experience. On every level, you can't find any level of experience that is any different. Your thought, all your sense fields, these subtle dimensions of experience, so on and so forth. You'll notice the same thing if you look for it. And an aspect of this is that this instability, this undefinability, this impermanence or instability, I said instability already, of the qualities that present themselves is absolute, which means that you can't actually find anything. You can't actually find what anything is, because you go looking for it, it's already something else, which is subtle and strange and very contrary to the normal materialistic worldview, where things are kind of fixed and kind of stable and kind of have persistence and kind of solid and kind of not really going anywhere. But in actual fact, you can't find what anything is, which is a very strange fact. This is the fact that Buddhists have put philosophically and rather abstractly as emptiness. You can't actually find anything. Everything is apparent, but you can't find it because by the time you go looking for it, it's already something else. And that something else can't be found because it's already something else. I mean, that's sort of analyzing it temporally. That's analyzing it in terms of time, of changing. But you can't find it according to any parameters. You can't find where it is. You can't isolate it in terms of its quality. Exactly what shade of color is some phenomena in your field of vision, for example. You look, I mean, it is exactly what it is, right? But what is that? And you go looking at the color, and, you know, this is, I mean, I say this all the time, and you may well have heard me say it before. You can sit and look at a blank, plain wall under a good light source for 5 or 10 minutes, or even 5 or 10 seconds, and you will notice there is absolutely no stability to what you're seeing. You can isolate a little point on the wall and trying to look at exactly, or a blank piece of paper is a really good experiment. Take a blank piece of paper and just look at the blank piece of paper under decent illumination. It doesn't matter, but decent illumination makes it more obvious, perhaps. And what are you seeing? Just let yourself relax into seeing whatever you happen to be seeing, and try and determine what you're seeing in any portion of it. And you will not be able to pin it down. It dances, it vibrates, it shimmers, it comes in and out. It just presents itself with just inconceivable dimensionality that we're used to not noticing, largely because of the mechanism of the way we skim over our experience. Typically with our awareness is dancing around like a cursor that's being wielded by a psychotic on crack cocaine or something. You know, we think we're sitting here looking at an environment, but if you look at your attention, your field of attention, you're noticing this and that, and you're looking at this and that. You look at someone's face, and do you ever just look at the face? You look at this. You know, you're scanning. You're continuously scanning, and we do this, of course, not just in the field of vision, but in all of our experience, all aspects of our experience, including this other sense fields, including other subtler dimensions of our experience. So the fact that our attention is dancing around makes it easier to ignore the fact that what the attention is on is actually dancing around as well. And of course, anyone that tries to do meditation discovers this fact very rapidly. Sit and calm your mind. It's like jumping into a hurricane. And of course, the hurricane isn't created by the meditation. It's just being noticed because the mind is, to some extent, dancing around marginally less. Of course, you can't ever keep the awareness from dancing around any more than you can keep the phenomena from vibrating and pulsing and coming in and out in terms of all sorts of arbitrary dimensions. So, we have this fundamental condition here of this presence that is completely actual, completely obvious, completely constant, and yet essentially plain vanilla. Even though it's completely ubiquitous, it's everywhere. There is nowhere that it's not, with absolute evenness. It's hard to find because the phenomena that are being that it presents as are so dynamic that the attention goes to that. Very much like when you go to a movie theater, it's really hard to pay attention to the screen because right away you get sucked into the movie. It's much more interesting. The screen's just sitting there, right? It's not doing anything. So, I mean, it's an interesting experiment. Try to go to a movie and try to just watch the screen. Try to really just keep your attention on the screen. Or watch a TV, turn on the TV and see the TV screen. Don't see the show. Don't get sucked into the show. It's a challenge because, we spontaneously go to where the action is, where the content seems to be. So, likewise, there's this completely obvious fact of your presence, the presence of your experience right here, right now, where it always is, right here, right now. In fact, right here and right now are euphemisms for this presence. But of course we don't notice the presence because we're really interested in what the presence is showing up as. It's much more interesting. It's got sound and fury signifying nothing and so on and so forth. But then if you go look at that closely, you discover it doesn't resolve into any kind of coherence at all. It is intrinsically absolutely dynamic, intrinsically absolutely unstable, and intrinsically absolutely unfindable, to the extent that you can't pin anything down as actually being anything in particular. It certainly presents as all sorts of particularity, but you go looking at the particularity and you can't actually find it. Particularity itself turns out to be a sort of a field of indeterminacy, which is, not surprisingly enough, what physicists find. You go into, you say, what's matter? Well, let's check it out. Let's get out our big guns and look at matter. What is matter? Well, matter turns out to have, of course, exactly the same properties. You go look at these quantum phenomena, and there's definitely something going on. You can see the quantum phenomena, you can sense them, but you can't pin them down. You can never tell exactly what's going on in any quantum phenomena because they're intrinsically indeterminate. And this indeterminacy is not a function of an imprecision of observation. It's not like we're just not looking clearly enough. Our tools are too coarse. It's not like that. The actual phenomena itself is intrinsically indeterminate. It's intrinsically unresolvable. Absolutely. And all aspects of experience turn out to be exactly the same way. And we experience this subjectively without needing to resort to, high-powered tools of physicists and so on. Simply looking at our experience, we discover, you can't actually pin anything down. You can't actually make anything coherent. Think of anything whatsoever. You always experience it in different ways. Your own face. How many you see your face in the mirror? What, every day for your entire life? What exactly does your face look like? It's a cloud. It certainly looks the way it looks. It's dizzying to try and approach this because in this indeterminacy, in this lack of resolution, there is no lack of specificity. These qualities present with absolute specificity. There's as much information as you care to find in any of these qualities that present themselves. It's not like your face doesn't look like something. You look at your face in the mirror and, my God, it's just an amazing presence of all kinds of information and light and texture and shape and so on and so forth. And yet, can you pull it together into a whole? Can you somehow find some coherence there? Can you find an entity that is actually there? And it cannot be done. It cannot be done. And this applies not just to that example, but to any actual experience whatsoever. You cannot pin down exactly what you're experiencing when you experience anything. Any portion of your experience, or the totality of your experience, doesn't matter, whether you're zoomed in or zoomed out, you'll discover this same phenomena. There's the presence of as much specificity as you care to analyze, and yet none of it can be pulled together into coherence. None of it converges into stability or into coherence or into wholeness. One way I put this sort of more philosophically is that, which is again kind of counterintuitive to a normal worldview, is that reality is divergent, not convergent. According to a sort of the implication of a more normal sort of worldview, consensus reality worldview, you might think reality is convergent. In other words, the more you investigate something, the more it would tend to resolve into some kind of coherent whole. So at first glance it's sort of vague, but then you look at it closer and closer and closer, and the more close you look, the more it'll tend to sort of pull together into actually a whole thing, a single thing, something that like you can get your hands on, so to speak. But that's not the case. It's actually quite the opposite, which is rather strange relative to that worldview. At first glance is where things are most coherent. And then you begin to look at something more closely and live with it more closely, and it opens up into more and more implication, more and more subtlety, more and more nuance. And you look at any portion of that more closely, and it opens up. So we have this condition where experience itself is continually diverging from coherence rather than converging onto coherence as we're with it, which again is just evidence and a display of the inherent nature of this radiant presence. So that's sort of a skimming over and a brief indication of what I'm calling radiant presence, which is what's actually going on here. It's the root phenomenon. And all the circumstances of our lives, all the definitions, our bodies, our histories, our relationships, our successes and failures, our jobs, our vocations and avocations, what we're interested in, are all ghostly imputations based on manufacturing a non-existent coherence within this completely incoherent patterning of radiant presence. It's very much like a dream. Dream is, of course, the easiest way to see all this. The dream seems to be something, have something specific going on when you don't look at it very closely. You look more closely and obviously nothing resolves. It's like, of course not, it's a dream. And likewise, a dream indicates the difficulty of orienting to the primal phenomena. In a dream, it's difficult to notice that you're actually dreaming. The attention tends to be drawn into the apparent content of the dream, the apparent movie, so to speak, which of course, is very easy to do and very exciting and full of content and full of implication and problems and success and failure and pleasures and pain and all these things. And yet, there's nothing there. There's no coherence there. It's a dream. There's no things there. It's a dream. And analogous to realization, analogous to enlightenment, going lucid within the dream, you see that. You see, I've been taking the apparent circumstances as the primary phenomena, and it's not. Those are all just implications of this primal fact of dreaming, which is the actual event, and all of this complexity of the way it looks is essentially nothing at all. It doesn't resolve into any actuality other than the presentation of the dreaming itself, which is exactly the condition that we find ourselves in here and now. Of course, this is difficult to notice, mainly because we are so conditioned to invest in, to notice our interpretations, to notice the movie, to notice the circumstances, to notice, to interpret this as, this is my life, this is my body, this is my functioning, these are my relationships, these are what I'm trying to do, trying not to do, so on and so forth, which is all very pithy and interesting, and of course we all get a lot of mileage out of that. But it's really analogous to being lost in a dream. There's nothing actual there. The actuality in the dream is not the circumstances of the dream. The actuality is the dreaming. And likewise, the actuality here is what I'm calling radiant presence. Of course, it is what it is. Radiant presence is just a way to address it or to try to access it conceptually to a degree or to indicate it. But this is what's truly going on. So what do you do about that? If you can even assimilate that message and do anything other than say, God, what a lot of bullshit. more New Age quackery. If you could even approach that as, wow, there's something there. That's really interesting. What do you do about it? Well, presence is very easy to find. Obviously, in fact, it's impossible to lose. Presence is completely and entirely self-evident. It's completely, it's hard to do much about because it's just presence. It doesn't ever come or go. It's just, it's completely just here, always, 24/7, so to speak. And the radiance is, there's all these qualities, this radiance, all these qualities is the building blocks that we build our story out of, that we build our version of what is happening out of. It's by stringing, those are the building blocks that we string together to create our narration, to create our interpretation. And the fact that they're just building blocks and actually not strung together is not an issue, because they're sufficiently complex that we can ignore the fact that they're incoherent. It's like a Rorschach blot. There's enough information there that you can pull it together into something, even if there's not actually something there. This is relatively easy to see. It's not hard to see. Reality is pretty easy to find. What's hard is that unreality is hard to let go of. We have a lifetime, at least, maybe, of history investing in and relating to the circumstances of our lives is important. And extricating ourselves from that lifelong habitual way of being with this can be very challenging. Which is why typically in spirituality you find a lot of bouncing around in yo-yo, where you're working with things and you have a certain amount of insight, and then you find yourself sort of snapping back into your habitual mode of being in your life and identifying with your interpreted personal self and your interpreted personal circumstances and all of that. But your very experience itself is the evidence which proves this. And the vehicle of coming to see this clearly and finally is to attend to the nature of experience itself. Be with the radiant presence. Be with the fact that it is presence, that it is radiance, that all these qualities are entirely unresolvable, entirely dynamic, and it will show you, it does show you what it is. And and as you attend to this over and over, or to whatever degree you do, it becomes more and more of an effort to apply your interpretations to it, because you have more and more clear proof that they're arbitrary, they're imagined, they're free associated. It's like a Rorschach blot. It's like looking at a cloud and saying, "Gosh, that cloud looks like a lion." Yeah, it looks like a lion, but there's no lion there. Yeah, this looks like your body, but there's no body here. Yeah, this looks like your life, but there's no life here. Yeah, this looks like your environment, but there's no environment here. What is here? These amazing, incredibly intricate, fractal, unresolvable patterns of qualities that are actual and are present. Period. So that's my brief introduction. Maybe not so brief introduction. We can chat a bit. We'll take a 5-minute break in a few minutes just to stretch and have a pee and get some tea and whatever. I know it can be sort of numbing sitting in this kind of a situation, and of course boredom and numbness are as interesting as they are can be. You can find that at a lot less effort than some place like this. You can find that in the privacy of your own living room, right? There's an awful lot of spiritual misinformation floating around. There's no doubt one of the reasons that spirituality has acquired such a bad rap is being an activity for flakes and space cadets and general wackos. Most spirituality is couched in terms of upgrading your experience, of moving from some lower way of being with your experience to some higher way of being with the experience. It's like learning to win at poker, or learning to learn. So in most spirituality, it's couched in terms where if you develop some technique or you indulge in some particular form of behavior for more or less protracted period, usually it's going to be to your advantage to do so. And in actual fact, it turns out that this is all hogwash. It's just not actually like that. Because the spiritual problem is not related to poor quality of experience, and the spiritual solution is not related to improved quality of experience. Spirituality consists of one thing and one thing alone, which is this reality that is right here, this actuality. If you misunderstand it and misinterpret it, you will be confused, you will suffer, you will think things are a certain way and behave as if they are that way. And typically this leads to a lot of confusion and awkwardness and frustration and lack of fulfillment and so on and so forth. Whereas, if you come to see what this actually is, if you come to see what is actually going on here, you discover that there are no problems. There is actually, all the human problems that are held to exist don't actually exist, believe it or not. It's just actually not like that. And it's not a matter of changing anything within experience. It's not a matter of improving anything within experience. It's just a matter of seeing what this actually is. And when you see what this actually is, you discover it's a condition which is amazing, is astounding, is transcendental. And you are it. You are beyond suffering. You are beyond failure. You are beyond dissatisfaction. Which is quite different than most spiritual programs, which are aimed at improving something, or fixing something, or learning to do something, or getting a better mode of functioning, or something like that. You don't need to improve functioning. You can be a really mediocre person, really mediocre functioner, and basically, a failure or anything, and become spiritually realized. You don't need to become Superman or woman to actually attain actual liberation. Another thing that is put forth in most spirituality, liberation, realization, all of these things, enlightenment, it's always in capital letters, and it's this amazing thing somewhere way out there, and 3 people in history have gotten it, and you've got Jesus Christ and Buddha and Ramana Maharshi and of course Dafri John and a few others who were like, they're it, and the rest of us are just basically shit out of luck. I mean, that that's not going to happen to you or me, right? But that's not true either. It's not like that, because what this is actually very easy to see. It's very easy to come to understand what this is, and it's in that simple seeing, in that simple revelation, is the totality of enlightenment, the totality of liberation. Any being that has ever become realized, has ever become enlightened, has done so simply by seeing what this is. What it already is. What it is right here, right now. You're seeing it right now. This is it. This is what all the fuss is about. The big kicker, the big issue, is that what this is not what you think it is. Period. What this is unthinkable. So No matter how sophisticated or elaborate or amazing or astounding your ideas about it are, they're wrong. Because no idea about this can be correct, cannot be accurate, because this is unthinkable. Just by its very nature, it happens to be unthinkable, because it doesn't resolve down to coherence. It doesn't resolve down to anything you could actually capture as a thought. Anything you can think about is a fantasy. Pure and simple. It's very easy. And think about your dreams, like the dream you had last night. In your dreams, what happens? Well, all kinds of things seem to happen, right? You're wandering around and you're talking to people and you're doing things, or you're flying, or whatever's going on. It seems to be happening, right? And yet, every single aspect of that interpretation of your dream is inaccurate, is a fantasy, is untrue. Because there were no people there. There were no things there. There was not even any space or time there. You wake up and it was like, where's the space that appeared in your dream? It's nowhere. Where was the time that appeared in your dream? Where were the other people? Where's the environment? Where's the events? Where's the circumstances? Not there at all. So all these ideas we have that our interpretation, our narrative of what happens in the dream. What did you dream about last night? Well, I dreamed about this, that, and the other. Just didn't exist at all. And you weren't even in the dream. You didn't exist at all in the dream. And exactly the same thing is true right here, right now. Exactly the same thing is true right here, right now. What is here right now is apparition, pure and simple. You can't say what that is, you can't say how it is, any more than you can in a dream. How does a dream appear? Right? It's a mystery, it's a miracle. Just proof, there it is, just bang, full blown. And here this is, all of it in this incredible detail. And our bodies are here, and all of this event is happening, and we have space and time, and all these things going on. You know, and you ever notice how when you go to sleep at night, all this just goes poof, just like a dream does when you wake up. When you wake up from a dream, it's instantly it doesn't like even fade away. It just goes, it's just like instantly nowhere. It's instantly nothing. And when you go to sleep, the same thing happens here. When you're asleep, where's your daily life? Where's your body? Where's what you did yesterday? Where's your history? You know, it's nowhere. It's gone. It's just completely insubstantial. And it's just as insubstantial right here when you're in it. Just like a dream is just as insubstantial when you're in it as it is after it's over. And when you go lucid in a dream, if you've had that experience, this is what happens. You actually see that, oh, this is a dream. There's nothing actually here. It's all just appearance. And then, what does that feel like? It feels liberated. It feels like, hey, who gives a shit? It's just a dream. Who cares? The monster's chasing me. What a hoot. That's great, you know? I'm about to get shot. Fabulous. What fun. You know, this is great. Let's enjoy this. Because it doesn't matter anymore, because you see, it's just a dream. It's just an apparition. And exactly the same thing is true right here, right now. It's relatively easy to see that fact. You're seeing it right now. You always have. Look how slippery the present moment is. Everything that happens right now has never happened before. It's never going to happen again. You've never seen exactly what you're seeing right now. And you're never going to see it again. And even as you're seeing it right now, it's already disappearing, utterly and completely, forever. I mean, this is very... And it was, oh no, this is solid, this is persistent, this is an objective world. Objective world's a thought. What you have is a field of flow of experience, which is entirely and absolutely slippery, absolutely unresolvable as anything, absolutely incoherent. You can't really pin down what anything actually is. It's easy, and yet you can effortlessly have all sorts of thoughts about it. You know, we can all spin these incredibly intricate narratives about what's going on and what's happening here and who I am and what I'm doing here and what blah, blah, blah. But it's all just fabricated into existence in the present moment. Just poof. Just like in a dream. Same thing in a dream. In a dream, you're there. You ever notice you can start a dream and you can have a history in the dream where you know what happened the last 3 years, and yet you just started dreaming. You ever notice that? You ever experience that? Sort of retroactive history being flashed back from the present moment. So here you are, right here, right now, And you know where you had dinner, you know what you did this afternoon, you know what you did this morning, you know what you felt like when you got up and all. But you're knowing that right now. Right? Where's this morning? It's nowhere. Where's dinner? It's nowhere. Where's anything other than this apparition? It's nowhere. Just like tomorrow is nowhere. This is all self-evident. Everyone knows this. But everyone says, oh yeah, but come on, get real. This is the real world, come on, it's persistent, it's solid, it has history, it has. And yet, is it? So we have the very strange fact that we all intimately can experience this amazing, slippery actuality, and yet we tend to be addicted to our version of it, our narrative, our interpretation. We feel it. We feel who we are. We feel the truth of our world. We feel stuck in our lives. We feel trapped in our cause and effect and trapped in our history. But that feeling is actually being supplied by you. It's nowhere in your actual experience. It's nowhere to be found. It is an interpretation that you actively supply. Exactly like your narrative and interpretation in a dream is what you actively supply. The dream is just like it's like, oh, go to a movie. How about a movie? Movies are great. In a movie you go in, what happens in a movie? It's just patterns of light on a screen. Just patterns of light on a screen, that's all. And yet you can get all worked up, and there's the hero, and there's the love interest, and there's the this and the that, and you get all torqued up about it. It's just patterns of light on the screen. There's nothing. It's the emptiest, ghostliest shell of apparition. Just like this is right here, this present moment. It's incredibly detailed. Granted, there's incredible information, incredible depth of flavors, of experiential qualities presenting in the field of vision, all these lights and colors and visual textures and shapes, and in the field of hearing, all of these different frequencies and volumes and so on, in stereo, living stereo, and sensation, of course, this is an amazing field of tingling, all different sort of amazing ranges of sensations that we interpret as coming from our bodies. In the field of thought, there's just whole universes seeming to appear, and so on and so forth. So this incredible density of information. But if you look at it, it's all exactly the same way. It's this essentially insubstantial, instantaneous, sparkling fluctuation of tingling energy. Light is instantaneous tingling energy. Sound is instantaneous tingling energy. Sensation is instantaneous tingling energy. Thought is instantaneous tingling energy. It's all is here. And there's this amazing magician of intelligence that can look at this amazing spectrum of tingles, amazing spectrum of sparkles, and turn it into your life, turn it into history, turn it into the objective world that's existed for 5 billion years, turned it into this, that, and the other, with incredible conviction, with incredible impact and seeming authority. But you can't find any of it. All you can find is this instantaneous tingle in the present moment. You can't find anything other than your experience right now. And that doesn't resolve into anything coherent. It has endless implication, all of these patterns and all that. It must be about something, meaning something, right? But they all just come together. What you're seeing now, you weren't seeing a moment ago, you weren't seeing 5 minutes ago. You're not going to be seeing it in 5 minutes or ever again. It's this amazing, continual stream of innuendo and suggestion of all these patternings that seemingly imply so much. But they never would settle down into coherence. They never settle down into actual stability or repeatability. Just like in a dream. Same thing. it's very easy to notice reality as it is, actuality, the actuality of your experience. But for most of us, it's very hard to let go of our unreality. We tend to be addicted to our narrative. We're addicted to our version of things. We're addicted to our interpretation, our worldview, our definition of who I am and what I'm doing here, what's happening to me. We have this whole, essentially, encyclopedic narrative of, this is my life. And where does it exist? Does it exist out here? It exists in your imagination. It exists in memory. Memory is imagination. Memory happens in real time. Your memory of what happened yesterday is happening right now. It's not like you go back to some yesterday and you're there. You create a fiction, a fantasy right now, and you tell yourself that, oh, yesterday was kind of like this, and then you create this fiction, and I'm remembering yesterday. And then effortlessly, we feel it's real. Yesterday was like that. That is yesterday. It's not. It's not. It just plain isn't. It's this right here. And this right here is very strange. It's very miraculous. You can't say what it is. It's entirely transcendental in the sense that it transcends definition. It transcends analysis. It transcends being resolved into coherence. You can't actually pull any circumstance into a wholeness, an entityness that you can actually say and see what it is. Because everything is too slippery, everything too transient, everything is too spotty in terms of the range of characteristics it presents continually. I mean, try this one. Take something really simple and obvious, like your face in the mirror. You see your face in the mirror every day. So you're very, very familiar with your face in the mirror. But what do you look like? What exactly do you look like? Can you pull that into some kind of coherent whole that is stable and concrete and consistent? The face in the mirror is just an endless rainbow of suggestion and innuendo, and you notice this and you notice that, and sometimes you look at yourself and you think you're this, and sometimes you think you're that, and same true of any experience, every experience, and it's very easy to notice that that's the case. And in terms of this yoga, the astounding fact is simply noticing that that is the case is the path to absolute realization. Nothing else. No fancy stuff. You don't need to, raise the kundalini or learn to meditate or learn to do an impossible yoga posture or, change your name to some Hindu name or wear funny clothes or, learn a secret handshake. It's not. None of that stuff is relevant. You can do all that if you want, but it's just a way to pass the time. It's just lifestyle choices and entertainment. But it won't actually get you anywhere in terms of discovering what you are, discovering the intrinsic, amazing transcendence that you actually are, which happens to be completely liberated, so of course that discovery is liberating. just like when you go lucid in a dream. You're lucid in a dream and all of a sudden you're liberated. You're free of the dream. Who cares? The dream no longer holds you, no longer binds you, because you see it's not substantial. It's not actually there. You're not actually in it. It has no causal impact on anything. It's just a field of suggestion, of innuendo, of apparition that seems to imply, all sorts of content, but there's nothing actually there. Just like a movie. A movie is a pattern of light. There's nothing actually there. There's no heroes, there's no villains, there's no guns going off, there's no, hearts being broken. It's just patterns of light on a screen. That's all. One of the simplest ways to cut through delusion and engage with reality as it is the whole issue of doing and all, which is related to the issue of focus. For example, you arrive here tonight, you walk into the room, and what is it exactly that you're doing? Well, you might be looking around and picking a chair to sit in, and you walk over to it, and you sit down, you maybe look around, whatever, and you might say that's what you're doing. But in actuality, what you're doing is experiencing everything that you're experiencing at that moment. Your inherent intelligence has a profound and intimate engagement with everything that appears in your experience spontaneously in real time. So that what is, as soon as you see this room, you see all of it at once, and you're immediately, in that very seeing, instantly, intimately engaged with everything you see. Or you wouldn't see it wouldn't show up. And yet, we typically don't think of that as something we're doing. We typically think of that as just a given, a background, a neutrality that's just sort of there, showing up. And what I'm doing is I'm sitting here. You may think you're sitting in a chair listening to a talk, or whatever it is you think you're doing, or you may be wiggling your fingers, or you may be, whatever you might think you're doing. But you're actually doing every single thing that is showing up in your experience. You are engaging it most intimately. That's the actual action. And interestingly, if you look at what is doing that, look at the intelligence that engages with what seems to be in focus in your experience. Like, for example, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about something, or I'm getting thirsty, so I'm going to take a drink of chai, or something like that. Sort of the focus, the focal point within the full field of experience, whatever you happen to be focusing on. It's easy to think that that's what you're doing, that's where you are. And that intelligence is a conscious intelligence. It's like you might say an egoic intelligence, or it's arbitrary to classify. But the intelligence that is intimately engaged with everything that shows up, even absolute peripherally, like what's showing up in the absolute extremes of your field of vision right now, you are intimately engaged with. What the you that is engaged with that, what is it? It has a different tenor, a different quality than the you that follows the focus, follows what you may be thinking about. And in actuality, that is the genuine you. Hi, welcome, come on in. And simply noticing this, and noticing the quality of that experience, and especially the quality of that experiencer, will show you what you really are. And is a very fast and easy entry into this yoga. In other words, what you're not focusing on in your experience is you are actually just as engaged with as what you are focusing on in your experience, just at a different level of your consciousness, a different level of your intelligence, seemingly. But it's not a lesser level. On the contrary, it's a more inclusive level. And in fact, every single thing that appears within your experience, you are, what you actually are is completely and 100% engaged with it, or it wouldn't appear. And this is, very contrary to the way that people typically think of their experience. We typically think of the background of experience as just a given. It's just there. It's just showing up, but it's not particularly important. What matters is what I'm focusing on, what I'm engaged with, what I'm, doing this or that. But that's a misnomer. Think of a dream. In a dream, you may see someone that you want to talk to for some reason, and so you're walking up to them to talk to them. And so that's what you think you may think you're doing in the dream. But in actuality, the dreaming consciousness is actively putting every single detail that's appearing in that dream, even if it's completely peripheral and has absolutely nothing to do with the plot line. What you are, your consciousness, is completely engaged with every aspect of it. And this exact identical quality of engagement is occurring, of course, in this state and in all states. Every single thing that appears in your experience, no matter how minutely, what you actually are, what your consciousness actually is completely and intimately engaged with. And that level of intelligence reveals itself. That level of intelligence is very clear. Typically we may not even think of that as intelligence. We may not even think of that as anything, because it's sort of relative to our egoic intelligence and our emotional intelligence and our personality that we're so used to identifying with. These modes of engagement seem, almost transparent. They seem almost, tenuous somehow, or just very, very objective. And yet that objectivity is what you actually are. That objectivity is the actual event that is occurring here, and always occurring here. This complete, spontaneous, complete and entire engagement with all energy patterns that appear in consciousness. And there's no hierarchy of importance of any one little bit that appears is more or less important than any other little bit that appears, regardless of the fact of whether something seems to be in focus or not. This whole phenomena of apparent focus is very interesting and very tricky, but it's actually not particularly important. As from a point of view of our conscious psychology, we place great importance on that. What we're paying attention to, we think is what matters. You walk into a store and you're interested in something, that's the only thing you see, that's the only thing you engage with, that's the only thing you think matters. But in actuality, every single thing that's showing up is, you're completely engaged with it, just by the fact that it's showing up. It wouldn't be showing up if you weren't engaged with it. It wouldn't appear. If it appears, that means that consciousness is completely intimately engaged with it. It's not a conscious consciousness. It's not a consciousness like, this matters to me, let me think about this, what am I going to do about that kind of thing. It's just sort of, it almost seems mechanical. It almost seems, I don't know how to qualify it. But, if we're used to identifying with the small subsystem of your consciousness that is identified with what we're focusing on, which is, a personality kind of orientation or an egoic orientation, and a sense of self as, well, here I am in the situation, what am I doing? If you're completely focusing on that level, you're focusing on a very, very small subsystem. It's as if you're looking at your computer and all you're looking at is the clock readout on the upper corner of the screen. It's a very, very small portion of what's actually happening, and it's not a particularly important portion of what's happening. But we erroneously, typically, people erroneously think that what we're focusing on is what's important and is what we're doing. What we're doing is engaging with what we're focusing on, whereas in actual fact, what the real you is doing is engaging with the entirety of your experience with inconceivable intimacy, inconceivable spontaneity, inconceivable intelligence, and directly feeling that fact, feeling what that feels like, feeling what the intelligence that is doing that is like looking at yourself in the mirror, and you get to see the real you. The real you is the you that is seeing your peripheral vision. The real you is something that is seeing something that you've never seen before, never seen again, and you're never going to think about. And yet it's there. The fact that it is there, how it's there, is because of intelligent engagement. And that intelligence is not a conscious intelligence. It's not an intelligence of volition or of decision or of rationality. On the contrary, it's a magical, spontaneous, instantaneous. It's like a flashbulb going off and bang! Everything that shows up in your experience is just there in real time. Always, right? Your experience is always full. Field of vision is always full. Field of hearing is always full. Whatever you're paying attention to or not, it's still full. It doesn't wax or wane. It doesn't get more or less as your attention wanders. Noticing this fact as it actually is, noticing this actuality, can enable a profound reorientation in terms of what you think you are, what you think is going on, in your experience, what this event here actually is, and this reorientation has profound implications, because the whole quality, character, and nature of the event of the instantaneous apparition of the full field of your experience in real time has a very different tenor, a very different feeling tone, very different implications than the more typical, arguably, implications held by identifying with my personality and my conscious self, and what am I thinking about, and what do I care about, and what do I like, and what do I don't like, and all this, the usual egoic stuff that goes along with our more personality orientation. The personality exists and is real, of course, but it's a very small subsystem of this inherent intelligence which is spontaneously engaging with everything in your experience. It's already the case that is so. Now, not noticing that that's the case is what can be characterized as spiritual delusion. Yoga doesn't consist of developing new capacities or changing something or going into a new condition that is not already the case. Yoga consists of noticing and recognizing and acknowledging what is already the case, what is intrinsically the case, the nature of reality, and one discovers that divinity, the transcendence, and all of these exalted superlatives that spirituality talks about are simply ways of trying to refer to the absolutely indescribable actual nature of what this already is, what you already are. So this is really just a matter of noticing what is already the case. And in that noticing, and in the reorientation that this noticing can affect, you're enabled to engage with your experience much more directly, much more profoundly, and your let's say your intrinsic development accelerates drastically. Another way to put that is that this is always the case. What is going on here could be said to be transcendental intelligence exploring itself. That's fundamentally what this event is. That's fundamentally the only thing that's happening here. Always has been and always will be. But, typically, for most people, we don't see it as that. We don't recognize it as that. We interpret it as, oh, here I am, and I'm me, and I'm in this little body, and I was born X years ago, and I have such and such a history, and I'm really trying to do such and such, but my God, I'm getting older, and my body's falling apart, and this, that, and the other. And this whole narrative of this small subsystem that I'm identifying with within this vastness of otherness that is somehow not me, and that is somehow my challenge. But this is not actually the case, it turns out. And it's possible to notice that this is not the case by noticing what your as I've been going over it at some length, by what your experience actually consists of, and the way that all of your experience appears in real time, and the level and quality of intelligence that engages with it, that enables it to be perceived, that enables it to show up in your experience. And this level and quality of intelligence is superhuman. It literally is non-human. It is beyond any kind of a human perspective or an egoic perspective, or perspective that anyone who subscribes to a normal, typical worldview would recognize. So in discovering this and recognizing this and coming to appreciate this, you discover that you are more than human. You are literally beyond the human perspective. You are intrinsically a transcendental intelligence that is just here. I mean, there's intelligence here, right? You're intelligent. It's just here, right? I mean, you didn't do it. You weren't like, let me make some intelligence. Let me put some. You don't have to put it here, right? You don't have to put the light here. It's just shining. The intelligence is just shining. It all just is here as it is, and this miraculous apparition is actually that. It actually is a miraculous apparition. Of course, that sounds very grandiose from an egoic perspective, from a perspective of normal consensus human personality worldview. But that human personality worldview is entirely wrong. And this is readily discoverable for yourself. Well, the only challenge is that we have a tendency to be creatures of habit, so we have a tendency to be with our experience in the same way we're used to being with our experience, like a horse finding its way to the barn and not going anywhere else, which is not intrinsically a problem, but it can, through this kind of habitual orienting in relatively similar ways, it can make it difficult to notice how much more is going on that we don't usually notice and that we don't usually give attention to. So the trick is to always notice, or anytime you can, notice that there's always more going on. Whatever you're focusing on, whatever you're giving attention to, there's always inconceivably more than that occurring simultaneously that you can discover just by directing your attention elsewhere than where you usually, in ways that you usually do. But of course, you have to think to do that. It has to occur to you to explore that, and this is where habit becomes your friend. So the more often you do noticing, the more you tend to build up a habit of noticing, and then you'll find yourself, spreading out your attention away from more stable orientations with greater frequency.
I heard this interesting quote. It happened to be about humility. But the definition of true humility was not to think less of yourself, but to think of yourself less. And it seems that we all think about ourselves.
Well, the problem isn't thinking about yourself. The problem is having a limited, narrow, and partial definition of what yourself is. Self-importance. If self-importance seems like a partial aspect of your experience, then you have a limited definition of yourself. In other words, if self-importance refers to some self that's less than the totality, another way to put that is everything that is present is equally important, and everything that is present is equally you. But you may not be in the habit of being aware of that or noticing that. You may be in the habit of identifying with subsets of your experience as being you, and then giving those subsets heightened importance, which is an erroneous self-importance, and the opposite of humility. True humility is true self-importance, which is the self which is inclusive. I would say. What you're feeling when you're not feeling it is actually it, too. You're just feeling it in a different mode.
I can.
There's only one thing to feel, but there's infinite ways that it can seem to appear. Every apparent sub-portion of your experience is actually all of your experience. And there's no hierarchy of richness, no hierarchy of comprehensiveness, no hierarchy of inclusiveness, but it can present in infinitely different modes. It can present in modes of seeming extreme specificity. It can present in modes of very amorphous, indefinability. You can, and I mean, it's arbitrary. You can just start qualifying all day different ways that it can seem to be, but they're all it. They're all this. There's no hierarchy of profundity where this way of it being is truer or more profound and this way is more superficial. There's no such thing as superficiality. Everything is 100% radiant presence, and anything is 100% radiant presence. So, granted, strategically, when you're in the throes of this yoga, it's typical and understandable to strain against normalcy, to strain against normal points of view, and to fight for expanded points of view, or get a beachhead in otherness, get a beachhead in aspects of experience that we are unfamiliar with. And that's all very well and good, but not because these other modes are in any way more profound or more superior, but because it is a sensitivity training and expanding your definition of what reality is. And the fundamental problem is much more about a grass is always greener syndrome than it is about having too focused a viewpoint. In other words, an expanded viewpoint is actually not a superior condition. But it can be an interesting experiment in terms of educating yourself, in terms of sort of sensitivity training to the range in which this can present itself. But you're not going from some lesser condition to some better condition. You're not going from some small normalcy which is somehow dull into some expanded, superior, primal. Mm-hmm. A big part of the problem in spirituality is not recognizing the subtlety, but the biggest part and the biggest problem and the biggest impediment is devaluing normalcy, devaluing what any aspect of experience whatsoever. All spiritual beginners know that you're trying to get to some better superior condition from this dull normalcy of limitation, right? But it's not like that. And that very way of holding it is in fact a problem. It's not indicative of anything. It is an erroneous way of holding it that is actually creates the problem. Because then you don't recognize what's in front of you. Now, strategically, granted, it can be useful to have these experiments and go and forge out into areas of experience you're less familiar with, as in sort of an exploration and to familiarize yourself with the range of experience. And granted, when you're with aspects of experience that are outside of your normalcy, you get a very fresh perspective on things,
right.
Which is undeniably useful and a useful strategy.
Yeah.
But it's not. You can do that and still hold a subtle holding of superior versus inferior, which is going to wreck everything, because it's actually that holding is the problem, not some failure to access some superior mode of experience. It's like psychological, like in psychology. 99% of psychological problems consist of self-loathing. It's not that we have defective personalities. It's that we think we have defective personalities, and we come down on ourselves for it. And we're expert at everything that's wrong with us. We carry around the self-image. I mean, I'm not saying everyone does this, but typically this is very common, right? Carry around the self-image where we just can have a laundry list of everything that's wrong with us, and we're fuck-ups, and we're small, and we're this, and we're that, and we're the other. And the psychological problem is not that those conditions are the case, but that we think that's true, and we think it's a problem. So it's sort of self-loathing. And it's very analogous to this sort of spiritual condition where we think our normal experience we denigrate our normal experience and we devalue it and we think it's, it sucks. I'm limited, I'm small, I don't, I'm cut off from everything, I'm separate, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm the other. And as Byron Katie might say, is that really true? And the problem is, it's that we think it's true. Not that it's true and we need to discover something more. I mean, granted, and again, it's complex and subtle because exploring and discovering more can shed light on things retroactively and ultimately solve the problem. But the problem is not that something's missing. The problem is more that we're thinking something's missing and holding something is missing. The spiritual dilemma is basically defined into existence in our imagination. Limitation and smallness and incompleteness and any kind of lack of divinity is an imaginary condition. Of course, one doesn't know it's an imaginary condition. It's like a form of insanity. The fundamental spiritual condition is that this is not what it is thought to be. This actuality here is not what you think it is, not what anyone thinks it is, for the simple reason that it is unthinkable. It cannot be thought. It cannot be captured in thought. It cannot be modeled accurately. It cannot be contained in a philosophy or a description. So therefore, of course, all our ideas about it are inaccurate. However, what it is clearly displayed if you look at it without preconceptions. And of course, there's the rub, because we've all been thoroughly indoctrinated by our culture, by our upbringing, by our, the brainwashing of our history, with all sorts of preconceptions and assumptions about what this is that we typically hold unconsciously. So, of course, we're not aware that they're assumptions. We think they're just objectively true. All sorts of aspects about what this is, what we are, that are just taken to be givens, are in actual fact unverified and unverifiable assumptions that we have adopted as a result of our programming and what have you. So, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I was no doubt exacerbated by too many cups of black tea at dinner time. So hopefully I'll manage to not fall out of my chair and I'll be a little bit coherent for you today. Possibly the most surprising fact and the most fundamental fact about the actuality of your experience is that it is unresolvable. What this means is that it is impossible to ultimately pin down or define the actual condition of any and all experience. This is counterintuitive in terms of our human framework, because typically we think we can know what things are. We think we can know what things are, maybe in a vague way, maybe in a general way, but generally there's a sort of background assumption that questions are answerable. Questions can have answers. These answers can be more or less precise or specific, and these precise answers can therefore be relevant. This is not actually the case, strangely. The actuality of this condition is entirely unresolvable. It's entirely infinite, and I'll go into in quite a bit of detail what I mean by that. What causes all essential spiritual problems, all problems of self-definition and definition of one's life and one's condition as limited, as frustrating, as problematic in any sense, is based on the supposition that we can know what anything is. This is so deeply ingrained again that it's hard to question it or even look at it from within the human framework, because we all kind of think we can kind of know what things are to some extent, and again, this is in actuality impossible in an analytical sense or in a definitional sense. So, a sense that someone knows what they are, they know what their condition is, they know what the condition of their environment is, they know what the condition of their social relationship is, they think they know what the condition of their history is, what their projected future is, think they know what death is, think they know what disease is, think they know what health is, think they know what success is, think they know what failure is. In any sense whatsoever, all of these assumptions that these are knowable conditions are unwarranted. But because we don't recognize that, if you think they are warranted, if you think you can answer these questions, and again, this is not a product of conscious thought typically, but something that is just held in the unconscious or what have you, assumptions that are held to be objectively true, this is not questioned. And we assume that the problematic conditions that we assume obtain, to whatever extent, in our lives actually are objectively true. Again, the powerful fact is, it turns out, it is impossible to know exactly what anything is. And when one discovers experientially the actuality of this condition, the actuality of the unresolvability of what this is, this experiential actuality is, that of course we all are, then you discover that you can't know what anything is, and all of these problematic conditions and all of that we have assumed to be the case turn out to be unverifiable assumptions. And we again discover that in actuality, more and other conditions than these limiting conditions actually obtain. This is discovered through engagement, through direct engagement of experience. Experience is intrinsically a direct engagement. Intrinsically is essentially the engagement of reality with itself. Now, you may be used to holding that experience is the result of the engagement of your consciousness with an experiential field, or with a sensory field, or with an outside world, or with some conditions that are present as the objective pole of your experience, and then there may be some subjective pole that is awareness or consciousness or some principle that you may identify with and hold to be more yourself, as opposed to the objective pole, which is more objective, more not yourself, more just a given. But of course, if you look closely, what perceives your experience is an unknown, is a given. It's just here, it's just present. It's miraculously present. It's as much of a given as the supposed objective pole of the conditions, the sensory conditions, the light that shows up, patterns of light that show up in your field of vision, patterns of sound that show up in your field of hearing, so on and so forth. All of these patterns of experiential characteristics that show up as the content of your experience show up objectively. They are just here. You aren't doing them. You can't not do them. They are just appearing essentially miraculously or strangely or objectively. But what is experienced in them is likewise appearing miraculously and objectively. It's just here. You don't have to do it. You can't not do it. You know, this call it this potency or principle of perception is simply a given, just as the presentation of all of these patterns of experiential characteristics, apparent patterns of experiential characteristics that show up as the content of our experience, are just a given. They're just here. Here they are. Here is perception. Here is what is perceived. And it's essentially doing itself. It's just proof. Here it is. You don't need to, squeeze out some awareness. Muster up some consciousness. It's not like that. It's just proof. It's just here. It's a given. So essentially, reality, i.e., this actuality, is showing up as the power of perceiving, just as it's showing up as that which is perceived. And in actuality, if you look closely, that there is a perceiver is a philosophical assertion or a logical assertion. That there is a perceived is a logical assertion. There's something perceived, so there has to be some power of perceiving it. It's a good argument. There's a power of perceiving and there's something perceived, so these two things are actualities. But I think that's too much analysis. I think the fact is there is the presence of this that we may call experiencing. This that is here, this field that it's so completely blatantly obvious of presence of your experience. Why can't it just be here? Here it is. Why does there have to be a perceiver and a perceived? It's a logical deconstruction from the given fact of the undeniable presence of this. But since the perceiving faculty is showing up miraculously, and since the perceived characteristics are showing up miraculously, why appeal to two miracles? Why not just one? Why not just this presence is here, and it is experience? And why does there have to be a perceiver? Why does there have to be a perceived? Now, of course, we're all used to seeing it that way, and it's a logical construction of English in most languages because we have nouns and verbs. There's an action, so there's a doer of the action, and there's a recipient of the action. I see. But if I go looking for an I, it's very slippery to try and find an I that is seeing. And again, I go looking for what is seen, even though it's obvious. It gets very slippery to try and pin it down, what it is and what its actual relationship is to this asserted I that's seeing it. Anyway, all of that is a bit of an abstraction, and that's really the point. This is here. It's self-evident. And any further elaboration has to appeal to all sorts of analysis, the elements of which can't be verified. This is obvious, that this is here. We'll call it your experiential field. If you want, right? That's a nice general way to refer to it. This, that is actual. And all of these aspects of it, assertions about it, are abstracted from this condition and essentially imposed upon this condition conceptually. And it's all based on nothing other than this condition. But this condition cannot be verified as actually consisting of these portions and parts and aspects and poles that we usually assume come with it, or we usually assume it's made of. So, experience is clearly actual. Experience is clearly the sole actuality. Anything else that's held to be actual is found in experience or posited based upon experience. So experience is the primal condition, and I think upon investigation you'll discover experience is the only condition, what we call experience. One of the interesting aspects of experience is that it has no external reference. There's nothing outside of experience that you can hold up to experience to gauge it, to measure it. So all of our measurement of experience happens within experience. You could say relatively. So we know what anything is relative to what other things are, seen experientially. There's no actual objective standard, so to speak. The only standard, your starting point of any analysis, your starting point of any investigation is going to be within experience itself, which poses some problems because the very nature of experience is dynamic, unstable, and unresolvable. In every way. We can only appeal to our experience as a starting point of any investigation. And experience is intrinsically dynamic. Experience does not sit still. We have the assumption that it does. It's easy to have that. Oh, the wall's not moving. The wall's just sitting there. My experience of it may be wavering, but that's due to vagaries in my biochemistry or my fluctuations of my nervous system. But the wall's just sitting there. So we assert that. But even that there is a wall is derived from experience itself. So it's a circular argument. The supposition that the wall exists objectively is derived from experience. So if you derive the existence of a wall from experience and then appeal to the objective existence of the wall as a way to gauge your experience, it's a circular argument which can't support itself. In a logical sense, and in a more pragmatic sense, the wall is simply an experience. The wall disappears when you go to sleep. The wall didn't appear at all until you were here. If you've never been here, this wall doesn't exist as far as you know. Some wall somewhere else that you never have seen and never will see is only an assertion as far as you know. And the argument, oh no, but it's really there. You can make that argument, but that argument is made within your experience, not in the context of experiential verification. On the assumption that there's an objective world, that's an easy assertion to make. But that assumption is based upon experience, and experience is essentially subjective in the sense that experience is an appearance. And to start from an appearance and derive something that is held to be objectively true, and then appeal to that objective truth to go back and diminish the appearance as a powerful fact is a really circular argument, is really an assumption. It's easy to discover the very slippery nature of experience. Experience is very slippery. Experience is intrinsically dynamic. This is very easy to verify simply by looking within your own experience. Those of you that heard me talk before, you've probably heard me say many times, there's a very simple experiment you can take. Sit for a few minutes in front of a blank wall and just look at it. And watch what happens. And you'll notice that the wall, your experience of the wall itself dances. It's dynamic. It's intrinsically unstable. It will always do that. You can't stop it. You can't slow down the wall. You can't make the wall become stable experientially. All experience is like this. People that have experimented with meditation all know this firsthand. You try to slow down or stop or stabilize thought, and you can do it to an extent maybe, but there's an intrinsic dynamism in experience itself that is unstoppable. It's a slipperiness. And this slipperiness shows up in all aspects of experience. It shows up in science. Physicists have a devil of a time because matter, it turns out, is unresolvable. There's all sorts of ways in which, according to current theory, this shows itself up. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, for example. The more you know about any aspect of the behavior of a quantum event, the less you know about other aspects. In other words, it doesn't resolve, it doesn't come into focus, it doesn't clearly and stably resolve into a specific, fixed, findable condition. It's fuzzy. It's fuzzy. We know experientially our experience is fuzzy. When you look at something, it may seem to have sharp edges, but if you look much more closely at those sharp edges, they're fuzzy. This is in sort of a spatial, sensory sense. But in every and any way, all experience will be found to be intrinsically fuzzy, intrinsically fractal, i.e., there's more information than can be resolved into coherence, into a whole. Infinitely more. The closer you look, the more you will find about anything in any condition whatsoever. And this is intrinsic in what experience is. It is not resolvable. No actuality, no reality whatsoever can be found than the actuality of the field of your experience. And upon investigation, you will discover that the field of your experience is not no conditions within the field of your experience or imputed conditions within the field of your experience can be ultimately resolved as to exactly what they are, exactly how they are, exactly how they're happening in any sense whatsoever. In other words, it is entirely unresolvable. It's entirely mysterious. And any seeming resolution, any seeming certainty other than the certainty of the actuality of this will be found to be upon examination an unwarranted assumption, an assertion that's based upon just argument, not based upon the fact, the sole fact of which is the existence of this actuality. What's going on here is absolutely astounding, absolutely inconceivable, and completely obvious. And yet, very strangely, it seems to be very difficult to notice what it is as it actually is because of one phenomena, and that phenomena is belief. The mind seems to endlessly and effortlessly spin off interpretations of anything and everything, largely unconsciously, and these interpretations exist as believed, and once they're believed, they're held to be objectively true. And at that point, the intelligence cannot discriminate between objective actuality and subjective, fantastic interpretation, because they're just held to be the same. The strange fact, of course, the obvious fact, is reality is always being experienced completely all the time. All experience is actual. All experience is real. But nothing is what one thinks it is. Nothing is what it has ever been said to be, has ever been thought to be, has ever been described as being. And what it is entirely beyond describability. It's entirely beyond analysis, and it's entirely beyond conceptualization. And the simple discovery of that, just very simple fact, the simple fact that the actuality of being, the actuality of experience, is indescribable, is inconceivable, constitutes what's called in spirituality realization, constitutes what's called enlightenment. Just that simple condition. And it's very strange because that condition is always essentially present because experience is nothing other than that. And yet strangely and unanalyzably there's this overlay of belief and interpretation that the intelligent maybe hypnotically mixes with actual experience, thereby filtering or dumbing down what experience seems to be and limiting it intensely into what the interpretation holds it to be. This is pretty much universally the human condition, and most people are unaware even that is the case. Most people think that what they experience and what they hold to be reality is actually that way, the way that they are holding it to be. Where in actuality it's entirely beyond, entirely transcendental of any human conceptualization, of any human analysis. Fortunately, it's relatively simple to address this. It's relatively simple to explore this. And the powerful fact is that actuality is already being experienced as it is, as your experience. Your experience is already transcendental. It's already inconceivable. It intrinsically is that. And the veneer of interpretation, the veneer of belief that is typically unconsciously overlaid over experience is very sketchy. It's a patchwork. It's held together with baling wire. It's not consistent. It's leaky. It's sloppy. Our interpretations aren't that good, and so there's lots of gaps. There's lots and lots of gaps in the coherence or the consistence of the interpretive framework of the worldview that seems to present itself. And everyone experiences these gaps all the time. The problem is typically we undervalue those gaps. We think of those gaps as failings. We think of those gaps as spacing out, or or some lesser condition which, after the gap has been skipped over, is described in retrospect as being, it was just this and this, or just this and that. I just spaced out, or gosh, that was a beautiful sunset, or what's a sunset? What's beautiful? I mean, these actualities are completely obvious and absolutely inconceivable. And simply acknowledging, simply experiencing experience directly in its inconceivable condition outside of the context of holding it to be this or that is extremely powerful and extremely revelatory, because experience itself consists of, essentially, pure intelligence. It consists of pure meaningfulness. It is not just an inert dullness that just happens to be here. There just happens to be light here. There just happens to be matter here. There just happens to be living beings here. Just like sort of like rocks or dog shit on the sidewalk or something. Just sort of sitting there. It's not like that. Everything is vital. Everything is vibrant. Everything is being done in real time. Everything is intensely interactive with everything else. And this actuality, of course, is completely accessible. It's completely being engaged with already in real time. And so simply attending to these gaps, attending to direct experience outside the context of interpretation is very powerful, and over time, typically, can attune you to the completely transhuman inherent logic of what this is. What this is makes absolutely no sense in human terms. What this is will not explain itself or describe itself in words, and yet looking at a beautiful sunset, looking at almost being in a car crash, having a sudden startlement, anything like this. What is that? What is it that happens? It's inconceivable actuality, and And in the instant that these experiences are occurring, it's obvious that they're actual, and yet they're completely ungraspable. Even if right after the fact, the modeling, the interpretive intelligence sets in and says, "Oh boy, that was just such and such, this and this, that and that," and all of a sudden we can effortlessly spin out a narration that seems to fit experience into a pretense of knowing what it is, a pretense of describability. No one knows what anything is. No one has ever known what anything is. Scientists don't know what anything is. Philosophers don't know what anything is. No one knows what anything is. We can talk a lot in circles. Compare this to that. Compare the wavelength of light as compared to, various other the behavior of various other measurement instruments or what have you. But what is light? What is wavelength? What is time? What is space? What is life? What is consciousness? What is experience? These questions cannot be answered. And it's not that they can't be answered because we're too stupid. We can't answer them because they are not coherent. They are intrinsically transcendental. They do not cohere or collapse into a unified, simple, coherent whole. Reality is intrinsically incoherent. It's intrinsically fractal. It's intrinsically infinite. And from a human frame of reference, from a descriptive frame of reference, from the point of view of putting labels on things and words on things and definitions on things, it's kind of hard to deal with conditions that are of that nature. And yet typically we're expert at ignoring that fact. We're typically expert at thinking that we have a handle on things. This is a rug, this is a room, these are people, this is space, this is air, this is light, and it's so easy to skip over the fact that we don't know what the actuality precisely that any of those words refer to actually is. What is a rug? Well, it's fabric, dyed fabric sitting on the floor. Well, what's dyed fabric? What's dye? What's fabric? Well, it's a particular configuration of matter. What's matter? Well, it's a configuration of energy. What's energy? And pretty soon you get to the realm where you get a Nobel Prize winning physicist, and he'll start going to the cutting edge of his description, and he's going to get to a point very rapidly where, what is indeterminacy? What is quantum probability? What is this? What is that? And these questions cannot be answered. And yet here, this is real. This is really here. What we call the rug is actual, but it's inconceivable. It's absolutely undescribable. This rug is absolutely transcendental. Absolutely. It cannot be said what it is, but it can be known. It can't be known in human terms. It can't be known in analytical terms, in descriptive terms. You can't sort out what it is. But here it is. What is it that is here? What is presence? Well, experience is present. Cool. What's experience? What is experience? Noticing that the entirety of the elements, if any, that make up your existence are abstracted in concept from experience. Experience is a fact. Experience is a given. The field of experience is actual. It is present. It is undeniably here. It never stops. It never starts. And everything that you can possibly think about or possibly talk about is an abstraction within that. Let me talk about the rug, but the rug, what is the rug? Well, the rug is, I can talk about it because it's within my experience. We can talk about people because they're within my experience. We can talk about life because it's within my experience. What is experience? Well, you can't answer that without starting to pull words out of your hat, you know. Well, it's consciousness. What's consciousness? You know, it's completely self-evident. Consciousness is right here. The potency, that the actuality, the functionality that we call consciousness is in full effect. But what is it that is in effect? What is its effect? How is it doing that? How is perception happening? How is anything showing up in perception? Perception is never empty. It's always absolutely uniformly full. You ever notice that? Your field of vision is always full. It's full now. You close your eyes, it's still full of like these, just all kinds of little flickers and tenuous lights. You go to sleep, it's still full. You start dreaming, it's still full. You wake up, it's still full. It keeps changing the apparent characteristics that seem to be presenting themselves with absolute dynamism and absolute inconsistency, right? You've never seen the same thing twice. It cannot be done. You've never seen exactly what you're seeing right now. Never seen it. And it's already gone. You're already seeing something else. And of course the same thing applies to all the senses. It applies to extrasensory experience. And simply noticing that that's the case, sitting in this actuality, noticing how inconceivable it is. Literally inconceivable. It cannot be conceived of. It is itself, and that's as far as you can go with it. This is it. It's here. It's real. It's actual. What does real mean? What does actual mean? Well, it means this. So it's a circular argument. As soon as you say anything, you're just it's a dog chasing its tail. You're not going anywhere. You're just here. And of course, you're always just here. You know, what's here? Well, you can't say it. Here is this. Okay? So that didn't take us very far, did it? And yet, here it is. Never goes away. What am I trying to refer to by this whole elaborate folderol of infinity? Okay, let's look at some other words. Here's a good word. A word is exactly. There's no such thing. Exactly does not exist in experience. And it's easy to assume that it does. It's easy to assume that, oh, this is exactly whatever, and this is exactly whatever, and this is exactly whatever. But in actual fact, when you go looking into experience itself, the actuality of your experience, you will discover you can't find the exactly. You know, so you say, "Oh, well, gosh, I kind of get the general idea. Let me look closer." So you look closer, and lo and behold, it doesn't get any more exact. And you look even closer still, and lo and behold, it doesn't get any more exact. Well, you can be looking closer and closer till the end of time, and it's still not going to get any more exact. Things do not resolve. Another way that I put this is that experience is divergent. Now, the fantasy is that experience would be convergent. In other words, when you look into experience, any particular experience, say you're looking at an object or something, and I'm using the word look here again, implying visual, but obviously this refers to any and all experience on any and all of the bandwidth, right? So, when you look into anything, any experience, of course, you can't look into anything else because what else is there to look at but experience? So obviously you're looking into experience. The fantasy is that things would converge. The more information you get about something, the more exposure you get about something, the more angles you look at something from, it's going to tend to cohere more and more into coherence, into some entity, into some condition.
It's cutting your head off.
Oh no, my head was cut off. You know, the more information you get about something, the more you're going to know what it actually is. In other words, it's going to converge. It's going to come together into some wholeness. So let me just hang out with this person more, and then I'll really know who they are better. And lo and behold, exactly the opposite is the case. Experience is actually divergent. So things seem most certain when you don't look very closely. Generalizations are the most profound certainty. Then you begin to study in greater precision, in greater detail, exactly what any experience consists of, and you get more information. But the information does not converge. It doesn't clump together into a coherence. It doesn't clump together into a nice wholeness, a nice coherence. It doesn't, so you study something longer and longer and longer and longer, and you still don't know any more about what it is. In fact, you end up knowing less about it, if anything, because you have such a broad range of experience about it, and it doesn't fit together. It doesn't gel. It's even mutually contradictory, much of it. So this is another aspect of what I'm trying to refer to as infinity. So experience is incoherent. It does not cohere. It does not clump together. Now, perhaps not coincidentally, this is the root teaching of the Buddha. The root of the Buddha's teaching is summed up in a word which I believe is anatta, which means no self, or it can be translated no self. No dharmas have self-nature. Nothing has self-nature. And what he was referring to, what this notion refers to, is exactly this principle. This fact that, exactly the fact that there is no exactness. It's exactly that. It's precisely that. It's precisely the fact that there is no precision. And Buddha thought it was important enough to make it the entire core, the essence of Buddhism itself. And so do I. So he's in good company. So this is very interesting. And, tied in with this is the fact that there are no objects, there are no things. All there is experience. And we're used to thinking of our experience as being of things, I look at you and my experience is of you. I look at this room and my experience is of the room. But actually all that there is the experience itself, and the of the room or the of you is a hypothesis. It's a supposition. It's a way of looking at it. It's a way of modeling it in my imagination. And so again, we have this fact that experience does not converge. So I've been in this room many more than 100 times, probably many hundred times, and I've never had the same experience twice. So what's the room? Which one of those, if any, is the room? It doesn't converge. If it converged, every time I came into this room, it would sort of become more and more and more and more sharp, more and more the same. It doesn't happen that way. It does not happen that way. It's just completely the opposite, in fact. It's every time I'm in here, it's completely different. It looks different. It feels different. I notice different things. And this is a very large part of this principle of infinity, is that experience is, let's coin a technical term here. Experience is flighty. Your experience dances around. Your experience does not, we have a fantasy, we walk into a place and all of a sudden we're experiencing the whole of it and it's just sitting there in its pristine glory. But it's not like that, is it? You notice something and you hear a sound and you feel a thought and you have a mood and you feel an emotion and, but at practically the speed of light, we notice it grossly, sort of slowly. I'm looking at this and then I'm looking at this. But in actual fact, even when I'm looking at this, my eyes are like going like this. I look at your face and my eyes are going like this. And so, and another interesting aspect of this, which is tied in with this, is, I'm using vision as the example, but this applies to across the board to all experience. Whatever you're focusing on seems to be kind of sharp. Everything else gets fuzzy. Okay? And this applies not just in vision, it applies in hearing, it applies in thought, it applies across the board in experience. So it's an interesting property of experience that it seems to generate dynamic foci.
All right, we're impressed.
Dynamic focuses. And again, the word dynamic is really profound here, because if you look very closely at your experience, you'll notice it's not just sort of lazily wandering around, but it moves incredibly rapidly. If you look at your stream of thought, people that have done prolonged or deep meditation are quite aware of this, but anyone can discover it very easily. It's easy to notice your thoughts are sort of flighty and coming and going. But when you're with thought more and more and more precisely, the closer you are with it, the wilder it gets. It's like it's the speed of light. It's vibrating and pulsing and this and that. And, of course, completely unresolvably, because each one of these little flashes, each one of these little jumps is unique and contrasts with previous and following jumps and so on, to the extent that's even analyzable, which of course it isn't. So this is another aspect of this same phenomena of incoherence, that things do not converge into coherence, things do not come together into wholeness. On the contrary, they split apart, they fragment, you get more and more and more and more. And we know this most obviously and grossly is what we call the flow of time. Every moment is different. What exactly is this difference? It's the fact that your experience has diverged from what it just was. Instantly. It's not like it sort of diverges lazily or slowly. It's like in the instant of its appearance, it's already diverged. It's already other than itself. It's already flashing around. So and again, I'm looking at this sort of piecemeal, looking at it from this angle and that angle and this angle, but I'm looking at the same phenomena. All of which is trying to point out the weirdness of this phenomena, the weirdness of this fact of experiencing, this fact of what I call radiant presence. Because the common fantasy is that things do converge. There kind of are things, and they are kind of themselves, and they're kind of different from other things, and you can kind of know what things are, and you can kind of tell them apart from other things. And in actuality, if you look really close, the bottom just falls out of that. Things are just much, much weirder than that. Of course, we don't usually bother to look that close, because in our normal human mode, we're very busy dealing with things as if they were things, and we give things names, and tomorrow they'll have pretty much the same names. Your car tomorrow will still be your car, even though your actual experience of it is completely unique. So we sort of gloss over this fact of the fluidity and ungraspability and just incoherence of the reality of experience, and model it as if it was sort of heavy-handedly stable and consistent, and things were pretty much what they are, and they're pretty much going to be that sort of more or less through time, with sort of slight and very sluggish variations. Except in the case of like car crashes and heart attacks and such. We like to deny those. or glorify them and get all worked up about it.
Right. We really like mass murder.
So, this is just a little bit of, some ways to play with this really central point of the nature of what reality is, what experience is, and the way in which what it is really quite radically different from the sort of consensus reality notion of it, view of it. The sort of the simple man in a simple world kind of philosophy just is actually entirely wrong, radically wrong. Welcome. There's only one thing that matters in spirituality, one thing only, and that is to recognize what you are, to recognize what this is that's occurring here. You can either recognize what this is or not recognize what this is. That's the only thing that actually matters, and that's the only goal that is achievable and worth achieving in spirituality. Ordinarily, people relate to their experience in terms of their interpretation of events that seem to be occurring within it, relating to it in terms of environments, in terms of entities, in terms of material objects, in terms of cause and effect, in terms of space and time. In short, the normal sort of chain of events that most humans seem to be thinking is they're involved in and invested in, and it constitutes their environment and their field of activities. This is a big error. This is a big mistake, because in actuality, all of that's completely irrelevant. And relating to that can potentially blind one to noticing what this actually is. It's very analogous to a dream. When you're lost in a dream, you're not aware of it as a dream. You're aware of it as you seem to be in there. You seem to be in an environment. There seem to be objects around you. You seem to be relating to these objects. You seem to have goals you're pursuing or things you're trying to avoid or what have you. All of which completely distracts you from the one essential fact about a dream is that it's a dream. None of those things that you're relating to are actually there. There's no environment in a dream. There's an apparent environment. There may be apparent events. There may be apparent entities. You may be inhabiting an apparent body in a dream. Nothing's there. It's a dream. There's nothing there but dream. And yet, if you're relating to the dream in terms of all of these supposed conditions that you are supposing constitutes an actual environment, you're liable to be completely distracted from the one fact that is essential, which is that it's a dream. And exactly likewise, this condition here is very clear what it is, and it's not in any way concealed or not in any way not obvious what it is, but what it is subtle. And so if you're distracted by gross interpretations, if you're distracted by investment in the whole soap opera of normal human life and success and failure and so on and so forth, you're liable to miss this subtle fact that is the only important fact that is constantly in evidence, constantly available, clearly being displayed every instant. And noticing this condition is the only thing that actually matters. In different traditions it's called self-realization, it's called realization of the Atman, it's called God realization, and all of these various designations have value. But the fact itself is the fact itself, and it completely is irrespective of how you refer to it, how you designate it. It's simply no more, no less than recognizing what this is. This here, your field of experience, that is right here, right now, completely in evidence. Nothing else whatsoever in evidence. Just seeing the field of experience as the prime fact. And all these semi-factoids of environments and objects and history and entities and bodies and all these things are only abstractions, extrapolations, hypothetical interpretations that can only exist within and are apparently justified by this one primal fact of the actual existence of the field of your experience. But the field of your experience is not the sum of its parts. It's not the sum of all of environments and objects and beings and things and bodies. On the contrary, the field of experience is something entirely beyond, entirely transcending all of these supposed elaborations that we're very used to relating to on the human scale of analysis. And what it is very, very simple and very clear to see, but it's so radically other than, it's so radically different from anything that humans normally qualify and relate to as an object that it may seem very strange if you are straitjacketed and unable to rise above a level of human analysis, a level of sort of logical human thinking within human logic that will constrain you from noticing the incredible subtlety and slipperiness of this actual condition. In terms of, okay, great, so what? How to do it? What do you do? It's really quite simple. Since the thing that typically is our challenge is our addiction to relating to objects and things that we can define within our minds, within analysis, simply go to some portion of your experience that is not particularly defined and hang out there, see what's there. And this is very easy to find because most of our experience is actually like that. For example, you can close your eyes and just watch what's in your field, what's appearing in your field of vision when your eyes close. Well, there's no names for it. I mean, you might come up with a few feeble names like, it's, residual activity in the retina or something, but that's very, it doesn't have much power. It's not something that you're going to be talking about, heatedly with your friends at a party. It's something that is relatively, it's not part of the normal human discourse. It's not part of something that we relate to as a thing. And yet, it's when your eyes are closed, you're experiencing a full field of vision every bit as much as you are when your eyes are open. And yet when your eyes are open, we could sit and talk for hours about what you're seeming to see, right? Because the human realm of discourse has developed specifically to deal with that level of analysis. But in this subtlety, what can you say? Well, there's subtle little sort of flickerings of light, but they aren't really flickerings, and they kind of form patterns, but they aren't really patterns, and it's kind of this and not really that, and it kind of gets real squishy. But the fact itself is not. The fact itself is very specific. It's actual. It's not at all vague. It's very precisely what it is, even though from a point of view of human analysis it seems vague, it seems imprecise. But that's because human thought is not equipped to deal with subtlety. And again, if you go looking around within your experience, otherwise you'll find vast areas that are unqualifiable. Deep sleep. What happens? What are you experiencing when you're in deep sleep? Your experience is just as full when you're in deep sleep as it is right now, right? But what do what can you say about what it was you experienced in deep sleep? You go, well, I was asleep. or experience the space that your experience is happening in. Like, for example, we're all very familiar of these pictures of the Earth taken from the moon and the early astronauts. There's this little blue-green sphere floating in nothingness, and wow, that's cool. Right now, your experience, what is it floating in? Here's your field of vision, right here. Okay, here's your field of vision. It's sort of a rough, sideways, fuzzy-edged oval that you're experiencing right now. Where is it? What's it in? What's it sitting in? What's its context? It's interesting. It's not nothing in any simple sense, but it's not anything you can talk about or put a handle on. You know, you go to your thoughts. So your thoughts are happening. Here's your sphere of thinking, wherever it is, right? Even if it's aware, whatever it is. It's like, okay, good. What's that happening in? Where is that happening? You know, what's it in? And if you look closely, you may discover that your field of experience is not unlike a sort of a not particularly spherical sphere of all sorts of experiential qualities in your field of your senses and thought and various other subtle experiences. And it's all basically sitting in a vast nothingness, and yet you are there too. There's no boundary, there's no wall that's constraining you, that's holding you into a particular locus. It's just there's an area of greater density of experiential event around the nexus of your senses, say. But and that sort of peters out. Like if you look at follow your field of vision towards the edges, you know, it sort of gets fuzzy and grayer and sort of less and less eventful. But it never really hits a cutoff point. It never falls off a cliff. You never get to a point where there's an edge that you hit, where it stops and there's nothing beyond. And you are there just as much as you are in the center of your field of vision, where it's all sharpened and focused. Right? You're the fuzzy bits. You're there just as much as you are here, no more, no less. And if you push even farther, just with your field of vision, look farther and farther to the edge, you can just keep on going. Eventually, it stops looking like vision, but it never stops. You never stop. But it gets to a point where it's pretty weird in human terms, and it might seem boring or disorienting because it's like, you know, what is it? You can't relate to it in human terms. But that's the point. You're not actually a human being. And as long as you insist on relating to what you are in human terms, you are anchoring yourself to a weight of delusion, to a weight of error, to a weight of inaccuracy, needlessly. Because what you are is completely beyond the human scale of analysis, human scale of describability. And since you already are that, you can discover that you are that by letting yourself become more explicitly familiar with your experience, which is and has always been occurring in these subtler dimensions or realms or what have you. The fundamental entity of reality is the experiential field, your experiential field. In various traditions, this is given all sorts of elaborate names: the Atman, the Self, the Soul, you know, all sorts of various rather imprecise, evocative names. And what all that actually refers to is the presence, right here, right now, of your experiential field. That's what's really here. Everything that appears within the experiential field. Your body appears within the experiential field. Other people's bodies appear within the experiential field. The world appears within the experiential field. The universe appears within the experiential field. All these things seem real because your experiential field is real. And they're only real to the extent they appear in your experiential field. Very much like a dream. A dream is real as long as you happen to be dreaming it. When you're not dreaming it, you know, a dream you have not dreamt and never will dream, how real is it? You know? And likewise, everything that you experience, so let's just say the experience itself that you experience is real because you're experiencing it. Now, this experiential field has some very interesting properties. It exists beyond space, it exists beyond time, it exists beyond causality, so that it is not affected by what appears in it. You could think of it as being like a TV, or a TV screen. The TV screen is not affected by what shows on it. You can watch a documentary, you can watch an inspirational show, you can watch a teen slasher horror movie, and the TV doesn't care. The TV is just a TV. You turn the TV off, nothing's changed. And likewise, the experiential field is like very loosely speaking, is like a perfectly clear, perfectly transparent window that your experience appears in. And it is not affected by what appears. Pleasure can appear, pain can appear, success can appear, failure can appear, aloneness can appear, socialization can appear, all sorts of very, very strange experiential qualities that are completely non-human and not referential, not referenceable to anything that's humanly describable can appear. And the experiential field itself is not affected by this. It's not improved, it's not damaged, it's completely independent. It's upstream causally. It's not affected causally by anything that appears in it. And in actuality, that's the only thing that's here. That's what you actually are. That's what the world actually is. That's what reality itself actually is your experiential field. And again, the properties that it has are very strange. It is transcendental. It's beyond space. It's beyond time. It's beyond causality. It's completely unimaginable. It's completely undescribable. So, everything that's ever been said about it, even vaguely, in all the spiritual traditions and all that, is essentially gibberish. Or at best, evocative poetry, because it can't be captured conceptually. But it doesn't need to be captured conceptually, because here it is. Here's the actuality. You have the actuality, so you can explore it to your heart's content. And it is not hidden. It reveals what it is. It's plainly displayed exactly as it is. And so it's amenable. This is the laboratory right here. It's amenable to investigation. You can poke it and prod it and so on and so forth to the extent any of those actions are possible. And check it out. Now, human beings are used to orienting themselves in terms of interpretations of what appears within their experiential field, of course, and we're all very familiar with this. We're used to orient into bodies, we're used to orient into histories, we're used to orient into apparent environmental situations, apparent social situations, families, relationships, all the human soap opera, as if that was the primary fact. And typically, humans take the fact of the experiential field absolutely for granted. It's just some unspoken, unacknowledged byproduct of the biophysical system. The body's here, so somehow as a byproduct of the fact that the body's here, there's this amazing experiential field that just sort of comes with. And because it doesn't seem to do much. It seems to be essentially transparent. It doesn't evolve. It doesn't develop. It never gets damaged. It never gets improved. It's easy to take it as a constant in the system and essentially ignore it, because, of course, all the soap operas and the juicy details of our human drama are so much more interesting. Success and failure, pain, pleasure, all these things are so absorbing and so, fascinating. I mean, who would pay money to go into a movie theater to watch a blank screen? You want to go see a chick flick or an adventure movie or something inspiring or something scary or something. You want some drama there, because that's typically what humans orient towards.
Can I ask?
But I'm sorry.
Can I ask a quick question?
Well, let me do. I'm going to babble on for a little while, just like another few minutes, and then we'll have discussion, and we'll spend the rest of the day doing that. So we'll be able to go into as much detail as you're interested in pursuing, such as that's possible. But this normal human orientation towards all of the apparent details of life, towards all the apparent circumstances and environments and entities and apparent other beings and all that of life, is completely misleading in terms of assessing or getting a feel for what's actually going on here. It's very easily, very directly analogous to being in a dream and not knowing you're dreaming. I mean, there's all this stuff going on, and of course you orient to it. You're in a dream, and you seem to be pursuing something, or avoiding something, or engaged with whatever situational stuff seems to be presenting within the dream context that you're engaged with. And yet the information that in fact it is a dream is profoundly reorienting. Those of you that have experienced lucid dreams, of course, have direct experience of this. The shift between being in a dream as if it was just actuality on sort of face value, and coming to see that what it actually is as a dream is absolutely profound. And lucid dreams are joyous experiences because of the amazingness of that shift, the subtlety of that shift. And it's essentially, this shift is strange because it's essentially a non-entity. The dream is still the dream, it's still right there, but the difference between knowing it to be a dream and not knowing it to be a dream is so profoundly reorienting in terms of your relationship to it. But it's not much of a shift at all in terms of the actual dream itself, perhaps. And analogously, the vast majority of people seem to relate to their reality, the reality of their being, in terms of this kind of circumstantial interpretation of what's going on here, oriented to the body, oriented to the histories, etc., etc. We're all very familiar with this, of course. But this orientation is actually wholly inaccurate. That's not what's happening here. Exactly analogous to a dream, where you have all these apparent circumstances going on, and they seem to be more or less coherent, and they kind of make sense that that's what's really happening, but it's not happening at all like that. It's a dream. And none of that stuff that it seems to be so convincingly meaningful is happening in the way that it seems to be happening when you just gullibly believe in it, when you just gullibly think that's where you are, that's what you are, that's what's happening. And exactly likewise, it is possible, and in fact quite easy, to come to see the fact that you are this experiential field, and you are not, in fact, in any simple sense, all the circumstances that seem to be appearing in it. And yet it seems, even though this is fairly simple to do, in fact, it seems very rare, the number of people who, are called realized beings or enlightened in all these glorified, fancy, exalted terms, seems to be quite, paltry relative to the population. Which is interesting, strange, but there you go. The nature of what this is and the nature of the way this works is not simple. It is not gross. It is not coarse. It is incredibly subtle, nuanced. Can't think of a few more adjectives, but anyway. So, a lot of spiritual traditions that try to address this very same kind of a template as I'm presenting here will jump into an oversimplification from my perspective. Saying, awareness is the root principle. So awareness is it, and everything that appears in awareness is less real than awareness. But that's not true either, because the characteristics that appear are real. They are exactly as real as the mechanism such as it is, and it's not a mechanism, so that's completely misleading. The mechanism of its perception, and there is no bias that the perceiving is more important than the perceived. The perceived let's back up. It's the nature of the experiential field to appear as perceptions, as experiential characteristics. And those characteristics are one with the field, are the field itself, and there's no dichotomy between the experiential characteristics that normally we interpret as all this stuff in our bodies and et cetera, et cetera. There's no actual difference between all of these experiential characteristics and the field itself. They are the field. So there's no dichotomy there. There's no duality. There's no basis for a bias of, the experiential field is more real and what appears is less real. That's another, more subtle, but nonetheless it's another layer of misunderstanding. There is no priority. Anywhere you look, you are seeing reality. You look at the contents of experience, experiential characteristics, you are seeing reality. You meditate and you look at, this whatever, nothing, and you are seeing reality. Reality is completely and entirely any and everything that appears, as well as the mechanism of its apparition, as well as the entity to which it appears, and that designation of these things as if they were separate things is completely false. It's one thing. All our ways of trying to describe it just complicate it hopelessly and slice something that is not sliced up into apparent pieces. There's perceiver and perceived. There's, all of these apparent differentiations which don't actually exist. There is no perceiver. There is no perceived. There is no perceiving. What it is weirder than that. What it is subtler than that. What it is more integral than that. It cannot be modeled. You can't make sense of it. You can't linearly describe it or parse it or sort it out or extract any mechanism, no matter how elaborately or how ingeniously you try to do it. So all these spiritual traditions that to one degree or another end up doing that are not really doing anyone a favor, because although they may be clarifying things from the point of view of a gross misunderstanding, in terms of sort of the normal human objective materialist worldview, they are actually just substituting a subtler misunderstanding, which may actually be even more difficult to penetrate because it seems so meaningful and deep and profound relative to the coarse human normalcy. And another aspect of this is, it is what it is. It already is what it is. It always is what it is. It can't not be what it is. It cannot be improved. It cannot be damaged or diminished. So the only error, if it could be called that, which it isn't, the only error is misinterpretation. And the only problem, let's say, the only spiritual problem is misinterpreting what this is. And the only spiritual solution is correctly interpreting what it is. Or let's just say removing inaccurate interpretation, since correct interpretation is possible and unnecessary. So self-improvement is not required for spiritual achievement, for realization. Clarifying per se is not required. Developing one's stilling the mind or stilling thoughts is not required. Any change or effortful manipulation of one's condition to any extent whatsoever is not required. The only thing that is required is seeing what it is, just as it is, seeing what it all already is and always has been. Which is kind of nice news for those of us that are lazy. And this actuality, this condition is actually fairly easy to see. It's fairly easy to discover the way it is. I sort of put it into a formula which I repeat over and over, those of you that have heard me talk before, which is that reality is easy to find, unreality is very hard to let go of. The real challenge in spirituality is not finding reality or noticing reality or even discovering it as it is. The real challenge is letting go of our addiction to our soap opera, letting go of our addiction to relating to this as in terms of, all the human drama of our bodies and our histories and our personalities and our success and our failure and all the juicy, gossipy details that we're all so familiar with. But of course, seeing what this is the first step and the powerful point of orientation, or let's say point of disorientation, more accurately. And when you discover that there is nothing to orient to, then the fact of orientation, which all of this circumstantial orienting ourselves or defining ourselves to be, becomes a little more glaringly obvious when it occurs as, whoa, wait a minute. What am I doing here? And which enables us to notice when it occurs and to, if we're fortunate or skillful or what have you, the stars are lined up right, enables us to see what it really is, which is all that's necessary, of course. It's not a matter of stopping it. You don't even need to stop being involved in your life. You don't need to stop doing what you do. You don't need to stop, being whatever it is that you are. You just need to see what that actually is. And this seeing in fact, historically I could say, just from observing certain people, may to some extent change your orientation or your behavior, but it may not. It doesn't need to, because it's not about that. Nothing needs to change. You just need to see what it really is, which is easier to do than you might think, because you're always seeing what it really is. You just need to stop calling it what it's not in your mind, in your imagination. Now, one of the main difficulties for people who are trying to do this, for people who are exploring this, is having the erroneous idea that playing one form of experience off against another is advantageous. In other words, you think, I'm meditating, it's better, and then when I'm not meditating, it's worse. When I'm clear, it's better, and when I'm confused, it's worse. When I'm feeling peaceful, it's better. When I'm feeling emotional, it's worse. And that's not the case at all. It can be true that certain kinds of experiential conditions can be useful for exploring what this is, but no experiential condition in itself is superior or inferior to any other. And people, I would say probably the vast majority of spiritual seekers get hung up on this point and subtly play off one condition of experience against another, because again they have this misunderstanding that clarity is better, emotionality is bad. Emotionality means that I'm farther away from seeing what this is, and that's not the case at all. In fact, that's one of the most basic traps. The trick is to see what any experiential condition is, to find the common denominator that is true in all experience. And it doesn't matter if it's clear, if it's murky, if you're feeling detached and global and experiencing your experience as a vast field, or you're totally obsessed and absorbed into one tiny portion of your experience. It doesn't matter at all, because feeling open and experiencing a vast field of experience is of course is a lot of fun, is beautiful, is interesting, and you can get a lot of information out of that. But the same thing that does that is the same thing that gets all obsessed about things and absorbed in things and caught up in emotionality and all these sorts of things. So how that happens is just as valuable and interesting to investigate as how this clarity happens. And the one is actually not superior to the other. So this is, this is a really basic condition that it's useful to become aware of, because again, it is so commonplace to to play one experiential condition off against another on the idea that condition is advantageous. Human beings seem to be generally very interested in what's happening in their experience, and seem to be generally very uninterested in experience itself. What is experience? What's happening in experience is understandably very distracting. It's so full of event and continual change and all of these experiential characteristics, colors and sounds and lights and flavors and endless fields for free association of all sorts of interesting soap operas and meaningfulness. But how are these things appearing? What is experience itself? Your experience is right here, right now. This is it. This is your experience. What is it? It's like a big, fuzzy-edged bubble full of all sorts of content. And where is this bubble? Where's your experience? Where's your experience itself? What's it in? What's it sitting in? What's it floating in? What's it sitting on? Here it is. Where's here? Where's your experience? Where is it? Well, it's obviously here by definition, but here is what is in your experience. What is your experience in? Where is your experience? What's it sitting in? Where is it? What's holding it up? What's suspending it? What's it drawing on for its energy to do this amazing light show of all of these incredible characteristics going on? We don't generally think about experience itself because, again, we are typically so distracted by what seems to be going on, all of this incredible complication and all of that. But experience itself is what is powerful. Experience itself is what is liberating. Experience itself is what reveals what you are, what this is. You can't find what you are within experience. You can only find what you are from experience itself. Now, of course, you can find what experience is from within experience if you look at what you're actually experiencing. But of course, it's so easy to get distracted by our interpretations and our narratives about what seems to be going on. All of this event, the world seems to be here, and people seem to be here, and all of these interactions seem to be here, and they seem to be so interesting and important. But what is seeing light? How do you see light? How does light appear? What is light? All you've ever seen is light. You've never seen anything but light. When you see the world, you're actually seeing light. When you see another human being, you're actually seeing light. When you think thoughts, you're actually seeing thought energy, whatever that is. We don't have a word for it like we do with light in English. What is sound? When you're hearing sound, all you've ever heard is sound. You never hear a voice, you never hear music, you never hear a bell ring. Those are interpretations. All you ever really hear is sound. What is sound? Sound is energy and experience. Light is energy and experience. What is this energy that is here? What is this? It's very it's very real. The energy of experience is real. It is actual. Our interpretations of what it means are derived from this reality, and any reality that they have is borrowed from the reality, the substantial reality of experience itself. This energy showing up as all of this crazy stuff happening, all of this event, supposed event in our lives. But it turns out that paying attention to what experience is made of, how experience appears and disappears, will reveal a very surprising fact of what this really is, where you really are, what really is going on here, what you really are. that turns out to be drastically and radically different than any human presupposition of what human beings are, or what reality is, or what the world is. And it's very easily found simply by looking at experience itself. Which it turns out to be easier said than done, because we're all so profoundly enculturated and trained into paying attention to experience and our interpretations of all the events that seem to be taking place in experience that we're used to thinking. We've become brainwashed into thinking are so important and urgent. And in actual fact, they're just distractions from that which is really important, which is this being itself, this presence that is here, your presence, the presence of reality. What this is, what's happening here, is radically different than you may think it is. It's radically different than can be thought. We're all used to thinking, interpreting this, this is a world, and we're in bodies, and there's space, and there's time, and all these things that everyone takes for granted. And in fact, if you even suggested it was other than that, people would look at you, what are you, nuts? Are you out of your mind? In actuality, it's completely other than that. And this is directly knowable. You can directly experience what this actually is. Of course, in fact, you do directly experience it. You are directly experiencing it all the time, because that's what it actually is. But of course, we're so used to misinterpreting it, it can be challenging to see through our resting in and our comfort and our ease with our radical misinterpretation. It's a lot like a movie. You go to a movie and it looks like just people talking to each other and cars driving around and spaceships flying or whatever, right? There's nothing but light on the screen. It looks as if it's all those things, but it's just light on a screen. And exactly the same thing is going on here. What this is an infinite hyperspatial field of hyper-intelligent positivity, of radiance. Now, of course, that sounds like gibberish, gobbledygook. What does that mean? What does that refer to? But in actuality, what it is kind of accords with that description to a surprising degree. And of course, this is radically different than the sort of consensus reality version of, there's a world and there's people and I have my life and I have my history and I have, my story and I'm stuck in time and I'm stuck in this crappy situation that I have to try to grapple with. But the really powerful fact, the surprising fact, is that it's possible to know directly what this actually is. It's possible to know very directly and intimately and obviously and self-verifyingly what this actually consists of. And that's what we're here for. We're here to check that out. I'm here to present that anyway. I don't know why you're here. That's your problem. The trick of recognizing what it is when we're so immersed in non-recognition, when we're so immersed in misinterpretation, is to try and notice what it's made of. What is experience made of? What's experience made of? I mean, sure, it seems like you're sitting here and you're seeing a room and you're hearing words talking and you're, all the usual stuff. You're feeling your seat under your butt and all these things are happening. But what are those experiences made of? What is present?
Color.
What is present that constitutes these things? What is present that constitutes the sensation of touch? What constitutes the sensation of thought? What constitutes the sensation of vision? What is vision made of? what is the substance of these things? Something is appearing, something is actually here, or all this shit wouldn't be showing up, right? Something is here. What is it that is here? And we're used to saying, oh, it's light and it's sound and it's nerve pulses, and these are all just abstractions. What does that mean? Much more intimately, much more directly, you are actually experiencing what it is with complete intimacy. You know, what you're seeing, what it consists of that you're actually seeing is actually present, or you wouldn't see it. It's complete intimacy, it's complete contact, it's complete engagement. So there's no remove. It's not like you need to sit here and scratch your head and think about what it is. You're experiencing it, you can feel it. Feel light. What is vision? Feel it. I mean, it's subtle, it's weird, it's trippy. It's almost like there's nothing there, even though it looks with such incredible detail and such incredible presence. What is it that's here as vision? What is it that is here as sound? What is it that's here as sensation? What is it that's here as thought? What is it that's here as all of these other things? And it's very interesting what it is. It's very dynamic. You know, it's constantly tingling and pulsing and moving. You can't find anything still anywhere in experience. Experience is constantly alive and vibrating. Every aspect of it. It's instantaneous. It has no duration. It's only here right now, and you can't even find now. So it's even weirder than that. It's not like it's actually even here, even though it's as here as it gets. But you can't find a here. I mean, where is here? When is now? When exactly is now? It's completely obvious that now is right here. I mean, this is now, right? No brainer, duh. You know, it's completely intuitively obvious. But what exactly is this now? And, you know, these aren't just brain teasers. These aren't just things to think about. You are feeling now, right now. You are totally engaged with now. You are now, right? So what is this that is here, that is now? You know, what do these things consist of? And you look at them, and as if you're really intimate with them, the first thing you'll notice is they're weird. It's weird as hell. It's not just simple or obvious or mundane or mechanical or dull or inert or, you know, it's not like that. It's very subtle. It's very strange. It's very weird. It's very, you know. Well, the word trippy comes to mind, but I'm betraying my era.
Works with it, boys.
You know, I'm an old hippie, so I use old hippie language, I guess. But this quality that is here is directly perceivable. Of course, you're always directly perceiving it, you know, but we usually perceive it in the context of these heavy-handed interpretations of, oh, it's space and it's time, and I'm here in San Rafael, and it's Tuesday night, and blah, 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 and what happened yesterday, and all of this abstraction, all of this story of an interpretation that we overlay on top of this thing, which is only actually here now. It's just this flash, this instantaneous flash of all this stuff. I mean, imagine a movie if you weren't telling a story. You know, it's just these. You know, you ever looked in a room where a movie's playing and you don't hear the sound or something, and you're not paying attention to the movie, you don't even know what it is, you're just sort of seeing these flashes, or there's a TV on in the next room and the door's open, and what do you see over here? You're not even looking at TV, like these flashes of light on the wall that change and they get bright and then it gets dark. And that's what this is. That's all that this is. Is you know, all these sort of colors and shapes that are instantly present, but in themselves, they're weird. They're really, really weird. And it's possible to notice this very directly. Of course, we are always experiencing it very directly, because there's nothing else to experience. But again, we may be, depending on how edgy you are, you know, you may be used to experiencing it under this heavy overlay of interpretation. Or maybe not. But the fact is that if you can find your way, anyway, by hook or by crook, just find your way to noticing this direct experience, what it actually is and how weird it is, how strange it is, it'll knock your socks off. It'll blow your mind because it's so far out. It is so astoundingly weird. It is so astoundingly nonlinear, so astoundingly irrational, so astoundingly improbable compared to consensus reality explanations of what's going on. And yet it actually is like that. And in fact, the consensus reality explanations are what's astoundingly weird and astoundingly improbable and astoundingly absurd. But of course you're liable to be a minority of one in that opinion, because you try and tell people about this and they're going to think you're nuts. And the important point I'd like to convey is it's possible to notice very directly, very clearly, very self-verifyingly what this actually consists of. And doing so will completely and utterly transform your sense of what you are, of what this is, of what your life is, of what's going on here. It turns out in kind of a cool way, because it turns out what's going on here is really just has some real nice aspects to it, fortunately. I mean, it could be the consensus reality interpretation was accurate, and wouldn't that be a horror show? Wouldn't that be terrible if there is space and time and causality and we're all stuck in this hellish backwards society of all these incredibly stupid people trying to rip each other off. But fortunately, none of that's true. None of that's the case. So it doesn't matter at all. So it's not a problem you need to solve. It's not a problem you even need to worry about, because it's just a complete misinterpretation of the fact. It's like when you're dreaming. You're dreaming and you're just in some kind of a dream, and maybe it's a problematic or awkward or kind of a sticky situation or something. And you wake up or you go lucid or something, and all of a sudden you get, oh, it's just a dream. None of this is happening. None of this matters. It's not actually like that. It's something else entirely. It has no implications. It has no repercussions. It has no importance. I'm not stuck in anything. I'm not being impacted by anything. It's just patterns. It's just patterns and images and symbology and such. None of it's actually like that. None of it's actually like that. And this is the case right here. This is absolutely astounding, absolutely intrinsically transcendental. It's weirder than weird. It's way beyond weird. They left weird way, way, way behind. And it is that. It actually is that. And it's possible to know that very clearly and very directly. And as I said, there's kind of some nice perks. It's kind of cool, this discovery of what this is, what that shows you what you are, and what that shows you what your situation is very nice. It's amazing and beautiful and entertaining and astounding. The most confusing thing about all this is all of the intense degree of patterning that shows up in experience. Of course, we're all very familiar with this. All of the phenomena that we're used to orienting to, all this differentiation within our field of vision, within our field of hearing, within our field of sensation, within our thoughts, within all of these different sense realms and experiential realms that we're used to classifying. All of this is constantly filled with information, with all of these experiential characteristics. Of course, color and brightness and all these various things within vision and so on and so forth. We have all classifications of all the different gradations and variations that appear within the various sense fields. And of course, the vast majority of it is not classifiable at all. We don't have names for it at all. There's all sorts of subtle flavors and nuances and vibes and little energetic qualities that are showing up experientially outside of anything that we classify as a sense field, or even classify as thought, or classify as anything whatsoever. So, and of course, because there's all this experiential information present, and in the context of basically not a whole lot else, naturally, our inclination is to orient towards all these patternings to the extent we can find anything meaningfulness or stable or anything that seems to be have enough degree of coherence to orient towards it. And of course, this is exactly what we do. We orient towards our bodies. We orient towards other human beings. We orient towards our social situations. We orient towards all of these different aspects, and typically, people think that's what we are. That's what life is this all of these complex patterns that we orient towards. And this is completely wrong. It's completely not like that. What you actually are is that which these patterns are appearing within. You are not these patterns. You are not the patterns, but we'll get into that in a little more detail. So all of this patterning, all of these experiential characteristics are appearing within you, within your experience. This is self-evident. When you dream a dream at night, where does it appear? It appears within you, within your experiential field. When you dream at night, you may see things that seem to be vision, you may hear things that seem to be sound, you may experience things that seem to be thought, so on and so forth. You may experience things that seem to be sense of touch and so on. Where's all that happening? Is it happening out there? It's happening in you. Well, what is this you that it's in? Well, you can't really find out, can you? You can't really find much there. It's very subtle. It's very transparent. It's very obvious in a way, but you can't. What can you say about it? What can you think about it? How can you even feel it? It's presence. So, it's this sort of field of presence that everything appears within. Okay, you can't make much out of that, can you? And so people sort of skip off that like bacon off of Teflon, and we go right back to orienting to all these patternings and getting invested in our lives and all this sound and fury. But what's really interesting is how these patterns appear, what they are, rather than what seems to be happening in them. I mean, think of a TV show. Think of a TV. TV turns on, and there's these patterns of light and sound that appear, right? The only meaningfulness of a TV is patterns of light and sound. But the imagination gets hold of that. It completely ignores the patterns of light, completely ignores the sound, completely ignores the machine that's producing them, and gets all sucked into the show. And there's all of this interesting stuff going on, and things are happening, and it's all exciting, and we want to see what's happening. And none of that's even there. Right? The TV is just sitting there. These little dots of color are going like this, and the speaker's rattling like this. That's all that's actually happening. The entire event of a TV show is these little sparkles of light and sparkles of vibration of sound. And yet, that's the part we completely ignore. You don't even see the TV, you see the show. You get lost in the show. And this is exactly analogous to what's going on right here. We find our meaningfulness in all of the storyline, all of the seeming content of our lives, our bodies and what they're doing or what's happening to them, and other bodies and other seemingly physical events and circumstances, and all of this complexity and all this, really interesting stories, and we can get all worked up about it, get all goal-oriented and all these sorts of things. And there's nothing there. It's just patterns of light. It's just little patterns of flashes, just like a TV show. Of course, if you don't recognize that, you're completely disoriented. You're oriented to a show as if it was actuality when it's nothing. It's just a story. It's in your imagination. And you're not oriented to what's actually here, which is these flashes of light on the screen. Talking about it. Obviously, there's not a screen, But there's something, and it's what you actually are. You are this actuality within which is appearing all of this experiential characteristics. Now we orient to the characteristics because there seems to be something there to orient to. You can kind of, you can piece it together into something that seems to be interesting and absorbing, and that's what we do. We get all absorbed in all the details of our life. And you look around for anything else, and there's not, you don't find much that you can orient to. It's just sort of, well, presence. Okay, cool, presence is here. I mean, just try hanging out with presence for 5 minutes or a half hour or a half day. You kind of get bored stiff after a while. It's like, okay, yep, still present. Present. And yet that's what's really happening. That's the important stuff. All the shifting of the patterns, all the shifting of the patterns seems to be making is nothing. It's the nature of the presence to show up as these flickerings, and then the imagination free associates onto this like a Rorschach ink blot and turns it into people and environments and lifetimes and bodies and all of this stuff, success and failure, pleasure and pain, all the exciting elements of the human drama. So, you are this, let's call it a field of presence that your experience is appearing in. I mean, right now, that's what you are. There's this field of presence, which is just simply the fact that, right, you are, this is here, right? Your experience exists. That's what you are. And all of these patternings are appearing within it. And what you are doesn't seem to, you can't really pin it down. It's kind of weird. I mean, it obviously provides the space for your experience, but it's not actually space even. It's not space in itself. You go looking for it, you sort of close your eyes or drift off to sleep or meditate or something, and where'd space go? I mean, it's weirder than that. It's sort of space-like, but it's not even actually a space. You try and, find anything there to relate to find anything that you can sort of say, oh yeah, look, I get it, this is here. You can't find, there's no this. And yet, it's not nothing in any simple sense, it's actual. So, it's no wonder that we sort of skip off it and ignore that, because you can't do much with it. You can't, it doesn't seem to be a whole lot there that you can, that seems relevant or useful or valuable or even like anything at all, even though it's obviously not nothing. And then there's all of these characteristics which, on the contrary, seem to be so very much something. I mean, all of the tastes and smells and sights and sounds and all of the content and all the event, and this moves over there and interacts with that, and there's all this, just incredible, event that seems to constitute the way these patterns seem to interact with each other within your experience, right? And that all seems very concrete and very actual and you can kind of get your hands on it. But look closer. Look closer. Even that is as weird as the experiential field itself within which it's appearing. Try and see what anything is. Try and find what color is. If you don't look too closely, it seems very obvious. It seems very opaque. It seems very concrete. It seems very, just mechanically there, really objective, really, elemental. But if you look more closely, well, color is, what is color? Color is an experience. Okay, an experience, what's that? That kind of leaves you not very satisfying. You can't really experience. You go looking for that, and then you're back where you started from, looking at the experiential field. So then you go looking at color, okay, or shape. Look at shape. How does shape work? And if you don't look too closely, these things seem very obvious and, very simplistic and, again, very sort of solid and stable and reliable. But when you begin to look more closely at what does your experience actually consist of? What is color? What is shape? What is light? What is sound? What is frequency? What are these things? And what is sensation? Like, oh, I'm touching, I feel the chair under my hands and all that, but okay, what does it really mean to feel the chair? What's actually happening? What's actually appearing when I feel the chair? It's this weird tingling. And now I go closer and let me try and pin down exactly what this tingling is. Really precisely, really what is it that's present in this tingling? And it's pretty weird. And I look closer and it's weirder still. And I can't actually find anything. It's obviously not nothing because I feel the chair. But when I really try and go into what is exactly there, what's really there, if I don't look too closely, it's a no-brainer. It's just, it's feeling the chair, so what? But when you look closer, it's just weird. It's weird. It's this weird energy presence, Light, same thing, You don't look too closely. It says, well, I'm seeing the room and all you people are sitting around and I'm seeing, the trees out the window and blah, blah, blah. But then you look a little more closely. Well, what is these lights? What are these colors? And again, it starts to get weird. It starts to get, very sort of dimensional and very dynamic and very slippery. And you go into it and you don't ever hit bottom. It's like diving into a bottomless pool. There's no place to stand. You never find what it actually is. Or sound, the same thing. Well, sound, again, is really obvious if you don't think about it too much. You don't look too closely. It's just, hearing sound, right? But then, what exactly is hearing sound? Like, just listen to, the sound of water running, or the sound of a clock ticking, or anything. The sound of wind or traffic going by. What is it that's there? And it's this weird textural presence. And you go into the texture to try and pin it down, to try and really find, to get to the bottom of it. Well, what's really there? There must be something there. And you don't find anything. It's there, but it's not anything. It's weird. And experience is like that. So then you sort of take experience as a whole. Here's your experiential field. Right here, right now. This is not an abstract thing, right? Your experiential field is here, right? I'm guessing you all are like experiencing, right? So it's undeniable. It's here. It's present. What is it that's here? What is this experience that's here? Try and find what it is. What is it made of? What is it? How is it here? How is it presenting? And again, you can't find anything. It's obviously not nothing. Something. It's all actual. It's real. But you can't find it. You can't pin it down. It's subtle. It's dimensional. So even all of the information which constitutes all this intense patterning which shows up as the content of experience is just as weird when you get down to it, when you really look into it very carefully, as what is appearing in, which is more obviously weird because you can't even get started with that. Right? I mean, with all this information, you kind of have a jumping off point that really seems like it's something, and you have to really sort of dig to get to the point that it's a little weirder than that. As compared to, well, so what is this experiential field? What is the self? What is seeing this? How is it being seen? And you just go, I can't even get started with that. Where do you go? Again, it's obviously actual. It's obviously real. It's present, but you just can't make any headway with it, right? You can't. There's nowhere to go with it. You can't. It's just as soon as you start looking at it, it just is so obviously weird and inconceivable that you just sort of you get to that without even a starting point. But all these patterns are what's confusing and causes us trouble. Because they're seemingly something. They're seemingly not weird. They're seemingly sort of mundane and obvious and pedestrian and solid and stable and coherent. But only seemingly so. Because again, if you look closely, which of course most people don't bother to do, because we're too busy getting worked up about our soap opera. If you look closely, all of a sudden you discover, wow, this is weird too. And it's especially weird because it's so weird and it seems not to be. How does that happen? How can you look at all of these experiences that are so obviously transcendental, so obviously unfindable, and just have them be completely mundane and obvious and just sort of, well, it's just here. How does that happen? How does that happen? And of course, this question cannot be answered. But the point isn't to answer the question. The point is to notice that it can't be answered. And then you begin to discover what you are, what this is intrinsically transcendental. It's intrinsically magical. It's intrinsically weird. It's intrinsically amazing. It's intrinsically miraculous. Literally miraculous. Not miraculous in a poetic sense of like, oh boy, that's really cool. But it's actually miraculous. I mean, it's kind of like, materialist science. Everything's sort of explainable and the forces of physics are interacting and it all goes back to the Big Bang. Okay, cool. Where did the Big Bang come from? What did that? Well, it just was there. I mean, that's a euphemism for miraculous. It was just there. And this experiential field, likewise, what's doing this? What's putting this here? What's putting all these patterns in experience? What's putting the experiential field here that spontaneously and effortlessly experiences all these patternings with complete transparency and intelligence and inconceivable functionality? I mean, look how functional your experience is. You instantaneously see all the detail in your full field of vision. Bang! Just like constantly in real time. You're not like, well, wait a minute, let me check this little pixel and this bit and that. What color is that? Let me check it off the list. It's not like that, right? Instantly and effortlessly, bang! The entire thing is just photorealistically present in your experience. The same with, every field of experience, obviously. You can run down the senses and the thought, and all these things are appearing in your experience. And some of the ramifications of this start to get really trippy, because we're used to thinking, well, okay, all experience is here, and experience is kind of an outgrowth of my body. Okay, cool. But what's your body? Where's your body? Well, my body's right here. Where? Right here in my experience. Okay. So the body is just another pattern. The body is just another object appearing in experience. Right? So if the body is an object appearing in experience, it kind of defaults as being anything primal. The body, my hand appears in my field of vision just like the clock on the wall appears in my field of vision. This is no more or less me than that is more or less me in terms of the field of vision is concerned. And so on and so forth. So the body turns out to be an object, not a subject. The body is just something that appears in experience. You go to sleep, your body's gone. It's just bang, poof, right? It's vanished completely. You start dreaming and you have another body all of a sudden, in another world, or whatever, right? And you can effortlessly believe you're that body, and all of a sudden you're in that body wandering around that world doing whatever crazy stuff you think you're doing. And it's all just patterns appearing in your experience, right? All just these patterns that the imagination free associates all sorts of content and objectivity and eventfulness on. Just like a TV show. TV show is just little flashing lights on a screen, right? That's the event. There's no Seinfeld, there's no newscaster, there's no plane crash, there's no whatever, right? It's just little flashes of light. And the imagination supplies all the rest. Likewise, the world, other people, your own body, your own thoughts, your emotions, everything whatsoever that seems to be anything is just a flashing pattern appearing instantaneously within the miraculous field that you think of as being your experience. Right? This is not an abstraction. This is not philosophy. Look at the fact right here, right now. Look at what this is that is actually here. You can't find anything but the field of your experience. And what is it? Well, it's a weird present within which all of this incredible patterning of experiential characteristics are appearing instantaneously, right? Nothing sticks around. Everything that appears has never appeared before, and it's gone as soon as it appears and morphs into something else. I mean, you look at somebody's face, and it's not like their face is sitting there. You're getting like a continual flashes of takes that are each a little different than the other, and every one you've never seen before. You look at someone's face and you've never seen it exactly like that before. Never. And in the next instant, you're seeing it slightly differently. It's morphed. You're noticing something different, or the light shifted, or whatever, right? But the actuality of your experience is everything is continually shifting, either subtly or more drastically. There's no stability whatsoever. There's no repetition, and there's no duration, right? Try and look how long anything lasts. How long is anything in your experience for? It's now. How long does now last? Well, it doesn't last at all. It's not like a second or a half a second or a quarter of a second or even a millionth of a second. It's not at all. So this isn't even here. Now isn't even here. It seems to be here. But it's not here because it has it doesn't last. It's already gone. As soon as it's here, it's already gone. How weird is that? And all of this weirdness is not, something extra. It's not something added. It's just what has always been the case. It's just what this is. This is like that. If you look closely and look and see what it actually is, see how it actually presents, see what is actually here, how it is here, and do the math. Look at the implications, and all of a sudden you discover there's no world. There's no beings. There's no others. There's no you. There's just these amazing transcendental patterns appearing in this amazing transcendental presence. And that's about as far as you can go with it. You can't take it anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just that forever. Right? And it's right here, right now, always. So you can check it out for yourself. You can explore it at your leisure. You can say, God, that's a crock. And it's trippy to think of it, but what a lot of bullshit. Okay, cool. Well, check it out for yourself. Look and see, play with it, poke at it, explore it, see if you can find anything better. I mean, just prove that. Go out and check it out and just say, it's not like that. Here, I'll show you. It's like this, right? Okay, cool. Well, go find the this. Check it out. Look into it. It's right here, always. It never goes away. It never leaves. It never goes anywhere. Always looks different, but it's always exactly this, right? It's always the presence of your experience. So check it out. Check it out. I mean, that's what this is all about. It's just about getting real, getting empirical. Be with what this actually is, what you actually are, what is actually going on here, and separate the wheat from the chaff, separate the fiction from the fact, separate fantasy from actuality. And it turns out actuality is way, 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 way cooler than the fiction, and has some implications that are most fortuitous, shall we say. Modern spirituality is full of misconceptions and misimplications. The main body of them are generally, I would say, oriented around the misunderstanding that one needs to gain something, that one is not sufficient the way one is. One needs to improve oneself. One needs to discover something. One needs to develop some superior powers that one does not already have. One needs to kill one's ego. One needs to depart one's ego. One needs to change one's ego. One needs to, one needs to ... Of course, we'll skip over the more radical misunderstandings that are implicit in things like popular Christianity and Judaism and such, which is that as an individual you're basically screwed, you're cut off from the absolute and there's no way to bridge that gap, which is not the case. Most of modern spirituality, spiritual paths, and spiritual traditions concentrate on what to do to remedy whatever they define as being the problem or the lack. How to calm your mind, how to open your heart, how to develop compassion, how to, leave your ego, how to, energize your chi, how to, all these various notions of some kind of an improvement or some kind of change which is deemed to be necessary because to remedy your fundamental inadequacy in the face of the Absolute. And the actual condition is actually not like that at all. This is reality. Reality is what is. It cannot be made more real, it cannot be made less real. And you are it. You are this reality that is here present. You are here present. Reality is here present. They're one and the same presence. It's one and the same here. It's one and the same actuality. What is here is infinite, is unlimited, is intrinsically transcendental, is independent in the sense that it's not based on anything else, it's not depending on anything else. And this is directly knowable. The only thing that prevents this knowledge is misinterpretation, basically misconceptions, the erroneous ideas that that's not the case, that this is not infinite, that this is not transcendental, that this is not independent, that it's dependent upon something else. That this world is a little shithole that's dependent upon something that's greater and vast and out there somewhere. That's that somehow if we could just get to that, then everything would be okay. And this is just not the case. This is reality right here. And simply, the way to notice what it is, the way to appreciate what it is, the way to appreciate what you are, and to discover what's been called enlightenment, liberation, and so on and so forth, is simply to recognize what it is. And this is very easy to do, in fact, because it's not concealed, it's not hidden. What it is not actually blocked by anything other than your misunderstandings. And the way to do it is be with your experience outside the context of interpretations. Because any interpretation is a misinterpretation. What is here is not interpretable. And this is possibly the biggest misconception that is embedded not just in spiritual traditions but in all human traditions. The idea that our ideas can have anything to do with reality, the idea that by use of concepts and descriptions you can somehow actually capture actuality in any degree whatsoever. And this is absolutely not the case. So simply experiencing your experience outside the context of interpretation, you will see what it is. It will show you what it is. And you will see what you are. What you experience is absolutely inconceivable. Literally inconceivable. It cannot be conceived of. It cannot be captured in concepts. What you are that experiences it. How are you experiencing your experience right now? It's absolutely inconceivable. And yet, it's completely obvious, completely actual. But there's no way to describe it, or my consciousness is here, or it's electrochemical activity in my central nervous system. It's just stringing words together as if we knew what they meant. It's laughable. It's an absurdity. The consciousness that experiences experience is right here, right now, completely obvious. You are it. You're immersed in it. It happens 24/7. We take it completely for granted. Nothing could be more normal, and yet it's completely mind-boggling. It's completely transcendental. It's obviously astounding. And simply noticing that fact, instead of thinking, of course I'm just seeing my experience, like always, same old thing. It's boring, What do you mean special? Transcendental, what's that mean? Experience continually appears in a miraculous present of absolute clarity that never comes and goes. It's always right here. It's like a perfectly clear window, and all your experience shows up in it. Suppose you get drunk, or you're dizzy, or you have a fever, and everything's all fuzzy. The fuzziness appears with absolute clarity. You're not fuzzy about the fuzziness. You have absolute clarity that there's fuzziness. You have absolute clarity that you're falling down drunk. You have absolute clarity that you're passing out. When you go to sleep, this world disappears and is replaced by all sorts of, more amorphous sorts of frames of reference, or lack thereof. And all of that appears in the same ever-present clarity. Same thing, a dream appears and appears in this present clarity. Absolutely nothing appears, you're just completely unconscious. That unconsciousness appears in this present clarity, right here, right now, always that. So we have these really obvious aspects of experience that occur continually, very obviously so. And they're all completely astounding. They're all completely inconceivable. They're completely undescribable. They're completely unexplainable. You can't formulate some kind of structure or theory of what it is. It's just, you can, but you just start spouting bullshit. You can look at science. Science throughout the centuries has come up with all sorts of explanations of things and how things work, and some of these are very ingenious and very elaborate. And one theory is replaced by another theory, is replaced by another theory, is replaced by another theory. Final theory has never been said and never will be said, because what this is beyond conceptualization. It's beyond describability. It's beyond collapsing down to any kind of a finite formula or description. And this is obviously so if you look at your experience happening right here. How is this happening? How is this appearing? How is all of this being experienced? All this color, all this sound? How is that happening? Through what mechanism is it happening? What is perceiving it? What perceives your experience? Where is it? What is it? How is it? All of these questions are essentially unanswerable conceptually, in words, in ideas, and yet are completely obvious, completely addressable. So you can completely engage with them effortlessly, because you always do, you always are. Simply this presence of your experience is reality. Where does it end? Does it have an edge? Does it have an end? Does it have a back? Does it have a top? Does it have a bottom? What's it sitting on? Here's this bubble of your experience. Right here, right now, it's just, here it is, right? What's it on? Where is it? What's it in? What's it sitting on? What's supporting it? It's just here. Kind of a lot like the earth or the sun. It's just here, sitting in here. What's the sun sitting on? What's the earth sitting on? This vision of your present experience, this environment that you seem to be in, where does it come from? It's just proof. It's just here in the instant. Only here in the instant. Always. Your experience is never empty, right? Every instant your experience is full. What is full of cannot be said, right? It's full of the world. What's it full of when you're going to sleep? What's it full of when you're in deep sleep? What's it full of when you're dreaming? Well, you can't say, but it's not nothing. It's full of experiential characteristics. And we have all sorts of elaborate catalogs of these experiential characteristics in terms of, waking state and dream state and sleep state and altered states and what have you. But all these catalogs are basically bootstrapped up out of nothing. They don't, they're more rationale that is ultimately circular and doesn't actually explain anything, doesn't actually define anything. It just throws a lot of labels around on things and then references the labels to other labels. It's like the dictionary, you ever look at the dictionary, you look up what a word means and you get a definition in terms of 10 other words. You look up any one of those words, you get a definition in terms of 10 other words. And if you follow that to its logical extent, you go around in a circle, don't you? So where does any of that tie into reality? The normal way that people seem to identify with, relate to their experience is in terms of differentiations within experience. We're all very familiar with this. We focus very much on pleasure and pain and red and blue and living and non-living and all of these various components in our experience that we draw distinctions upon. And based on these drawing distinctions, we think of these conditions as very separate from each other, very different as their actual own conditions, and then we relate to our entire circumstance and our entire nature in terms of these distinctions. And, a lot of these distinctions are very primal, like self and other, my body versus not my body, waking and sleeping, living and dead, all of these various distinctions which we make because of the obvious perceptibility of all of this differentiation that experience presents us. And so it's quite understandable that we go to all of these distinctions and then relate to our experience based upon this. The problem with this is that we typically, the normal human mode excludes anything other than relating to things that are distinguishable. So that if something, experience itself is not distinguishable as different from something else, some non-experience, except as an abstraction, which is, sort of hard to address all of a sudden you're just in concepts. But in actual, so what actually happens is all of this being absorbed in distinctions and playing a very elaborate game, who's winning the game at pleasure versus pain, success versus failure, beauty versus ugly, getting what I want versus not getting what I want, health and sickness, all of these various things that we, normally orient towards, distract us from the prime fact of existence, this actual condition that is here, which is not perceivable or relatable to in terms of drawing distinctions, because it is that which presents all the distinctions. It is that within which distinctions appear. It is that which has no parts or no pieces, and yet all apparent parts and pieces appear within it. So, if you're only, of course, we can go to our old friend the dream analogy. If you're only relating to distinctions you can draw in terms of what you're dreaming about, you're looking at the apparent contents of the dream. You're looking at who's where doing what and what's happening and what's what and where is it and what's going on. And in that case, you're going to be distracted by all of this way of relating to it, and the chance of stumbling onto the fact that it's a dream itself, which is not distinguishable, because within the context of a dream there's no non-dream to find, to discover. So what is it that is presenting as all of these distinctions? What is it that is here that shows up as all of this infinite differentiation of experience, what is experience itself? What is being itself? We have these words, experience and being, and these things which seem like, sort of abstractions. And yet, of course, they're not abstractions. They're the sole concrete facts. The fact is, experience is the fact. And then all of these distinctions that we typically orient to and we typically play an elaborate game in relationship to are simply the way experience presents itself. And we may have the naive assumption that all of these distinctions exist in their own terms, that there actually are, objects, there actually is space, there actually is time, there actually is cause and effect, there actually are beings, there actually are bodies. And yet, this is all basically circumstantial evidence. It's all an elaboration based upon concepts, upon hypothesizing, upon theorizing. The fact is the presence of this actuality, which presents as all of these apparent differentiations. And if we look at the actuality itself, instead of looking at all the differentiations, it becomes clear that it's very, very strange. It's very peculiar what this actuality is. And very quickly notions like space and time and bodies and all that prove to be tenuous at best. Obviously, clearly, only the present moment exists, and yet it cannot be found. Obviously and clearly, only your experience exists. You can't find anything other than the bubble of your experience. And there seem to be these other bodies that seem to appear and disappear within your experience that are claiming to have their own experience, and they may or may not be, but that's becoming theoretical. That's becoming just an abstraction, a conception. The fact is, your experience is a fact, and your experience is a whole. It never departs from itself. It is never more or less your experience. It's always exactly your experience, and your experience, most of your experience, is very tenuous. It's very fuzzy. It's very difficult to determine. There's this strange phenomena of focus, of attention that spontaneously occurs. So the consciousness directs attention at a very small portion of the field of experience, and all the rest of it is very, very fuzzy. If you notice your field of vision, for example, whatever you happen to be looking at may seem to be sharp, but everything on the periphery, on the edges, is sort of fuzzy and vague and blurry and what have you. And the same with that sound, the particular sound you may be listening to, but all the other sounds sort of recede into the background, into relative, they're there, but they aren't sharp, they aren't crystalline in the same way as what you happen to be focusing on seems to be. So you have this very strange kind of a morphing thing where your field of experience is mostly very fuzzy, and with very small portions of it very sharp as your focus of attention drifts around spontaneously. The same with the field of thought. A particular thought you may be thinking, whatever that means, may seem to be sort of relatively sharp and clear, but the rest of the thought bandwidth, as the thought field, is sort of vague and amorphous, but it's not nothing. It's full of content. It's full of qualities, but these qualities are not sharp. So this is another particular strangeness of this actuality that is here, that is the field of your experience, and so on and so forth. But the point is really to notice experience itself, which is the actuality within which all these differentiations present themselves. And once you see what experience itself is, then you have a context to begin to appreciate what's going on, as opposed to trying to reverse engineer it based on the assumption that all of these differentiations are actualities, and then trying to stack them up and build them up into elaborate theories constructed from that basis in terms of what's going on here. Trying to teach spirituality is very challenging. And most spiritual engagement, most spiritual formats err on the side of, err fundamentally because of a very fundamental misunderstanding, a very fundamental assumption. And that assumption is that any condition whatsoever is actually resolvable to any degree. In actuality, absolutely nothing is resolvable. Actually, nothing can be brought into a condition of sufficient coherence to know what it is. So therefore, trying to get a handle on something is an absurdity, an impossibility. Trying to know what something is completely impossible. So trying to do something, thinking you know what you're trying to do, or trying to not do something, thinking you know what you're trying to not to do, again, is impossible, because you can't actually resolve what anything is sufficiently to know whether you're doing it or not. So even that there would be an it to do or an it to not do is based on the assumption that there is sufficient resolution. You can determine well enough what something is in order to determine whether or not you are doing it or not. This is reality right here. Exactly what is it? Well, no one can answer that question. That question cannot be answered except by referring to it itself. It answers the question unstoppably, completely, with complete naked revelation every second. This is what it is, and it is absolutely clearly revealing what it is continually as your experience. It is nothing other than your experiential field, you might call it. And yet it is completely unresolvable in every way. So any question about it is unanswerable. This is very counter to normal human ways of approaching it, because of course as people we discriminate very, very commonly between this and that. There's ignorance, there's delusion, and there's realization. There's, happy and sad. There's awake and asleep. There's, chairs and floors. We draw, this is this and it's not that. And this is differentiable from that, absolutely. And this is, in actual fact, completely not true. It's completely just not the case. Because nothing is resolvable. Nothing has sufficient coherence to determine exactly what it is. There's endless degrees of seemings. There's endless degrees of sort of what things seem to be, what things apparently are. Experience presents endless presentations of what things seem to be. And typically as humans we seize on these as being what they are. Well, this chair seems to be a chair, and so it's a chair. Well, yeah, but hang out with it a little bit more. It's not a chair, it's an experience. What's an experience? What's the experience of the chair? What's the final version of the chair? How many ways can the chair be experienced? Many of which completely transcend any kind of chairness. Most of which completely transcend any kind of chairness. So one comes to the somewhat startling, at least from a consensus reality point of view, conclusion that what is here is drastically different than what people ordinarily behave as if it is. Our language is a major problem with this, because naturally, since we're all very well trained in and immersed in the use of language, we're all differentiating all the time, turn left, don't turn right, this is up, this is down, this is good, this is bad, this, all of these differentiations. And the problem is that this way of approaching reality, although it's serviceable, it seems to have sufficient degree of practicability that we virtually all do it. It presents an erroneous implication as to what this actually is. What this is does not conform to this mode of dealing with it. Think of a dream. In the dream you could say, oh, I've dreamed and I was walking down the street and someone came up to me and I talked to them and then a red car drove by. That's fine as far as it goes. It's a practical way of dealing with the events in the dream. But in terms of what was going on, it's completely useless because there was no red car, there was no person, there was no street, it was a dream. And so that way of addressing it completely overlooks essentially the fundamental point, the fundamental nature of that actuality. Going to differentiating superficial aspects of the way it presents itself as being what it is, which completely overlooks very, very fundamental aspects of being what it is, which essentially completely invalidate the superficial aspects, even though it doesn't cancel them out. Yeah, it did look like a red car was driving by. It did look like I was walking down the street, except that there was in actuality no red car in the street. So it's sort of a both and. It's just endless weirdness. How does that work? Well, it just happens to be that way. There's these endless seemings, endless sort of call them virtual presentations of what this seems to be. They're promised to be resolutions. It kind of really seems to almost be that. You seem to almost be a person, and this seems to almost be a chair, and this seems to almost be a room, until you look really, really close and you begin to notice, it's fuzzy around the edges. It doesn't really hold together. It's not actually like that. There's something else going on that's just completely not engaged or not acknowledged, not addressed by that way of looking at it. Because of the nature of what this actually is. This condition that is here is exactly the way it is. And trying to assimilate it or be with it or engage with it, so to speak, in any way other than exactly the way that it is going to introduce error, it's going to introduce confusion, it's going to introduce misimplication, misunderstanding. And virtually all spiritual teachings, in terms of any kind of positive statements, have that kind of implication. And as negative statements, there's implications there too. I mean, it's easy to say, well, it's not this, it's not that, it's not the other, it's not like this, it's not like that. But that sort of leaves you with well, okay, it's nothing. It's emptiness, it's zero, it's a void. Well, yeah, but it's this void which is actually full. So that's kind of has all sorts of implications that are very sloppy and very misleading as well. So to really, let's say, be with this as it is, it's essential to let go of the idea that you can get a handle on it. It's essential to let go of the idea that you can resolve anything whatsoever about it, and let it be what it is, and then see what that is, with absolutely no preconception, with absolutely no a priori assumptions, which is very challenging because typically we hold these preconceptions or a priori assumptions unconsciously, so we don't know we have them. We just think it's true. It's just like that. Sure, there's an objective world. What do you mean there's no objective world? What are you, nuts? It's just something you just feels like a truth, which really means that it's an assumption that is being believed unconsciously, and so then it's difficult to get around that. It's difficult to deconstruct that. It's difficult to question that because typically we aren't even aware that it's something we are positing. It's something we are assuming, as opposed to something that's just objectively true. Fortunately, we are this actuality. So we exist in exactly the way that this does. So in actuality, what this is very, very familiar to us. Completely, intimately, and obviously familiar to us because we are it, we have always been it, we have always known we are it. but typically we're in the grip of a psychosis of cognitive dissonance where we've been successfully brainwashed sufficiently to some degree or another to pretend to be a human being, and the fact that doesn't jibe with most of our experience is just suppressed. And then you have the creation of what's called the unconscious mind. All this weird stuff that's just surging around in experience that we just sort of ignore. We bypass it. It's like, well, we're here and we're at a spiritual talk and we're sitting here in these chairs and we're all, sort of being quiet and listening. So on that level, that's all very describable. But there's all this other weird stuff and moods and emotions and vibes and little zoom, just energies, flavors, and all this incredible stuff dancing around in your experience, always, everywhere. And it's completely indescribable, completely not addressable in language or conceptualization at all. You can't specify what it is or even that it is, or even if it's an it. But it's not nothing. It's actual eventfulness. And not just some or a small portion of experience consists of that, but almost all of experience consists of that. The degree of experience that has sufficient coherence to be able to even pretend to resolve into semi-stable differentiation as this and that is minuscule in actuality. Of course, typically we don't notice that because we've all been so well brainwashed into a human perspective. So this is the challenge. How do you present something that is completely obvious, completely indescribable, completely not addressable in verbal terms, and that completely transcends, counters all modes of human logic, all modes of human reason, all modes of human rationality. So even though it's impossible to talk about, let's talk about it. So this, first of all, this is actual. Okay? Experience is actually happening. It is present. You are here. Right? Experience is present. It's real. Leaving aside the question of what it is that is real, whatever it is, this is it. You could say it's instantaneous. It's always exactly now. There's nothing other than now findable. It's always exactly here. In fact, here and now are definable only in terms of the presence of this actuality. How do you know it's here and now? Because there it is. It's self-evident. It's a given. It is present. It presents as infinitely differentiated. If you look at any portion of your experience, let's just take the visual field as an example, but this applies to any portion of your experience whatsoever. And these portions, by the way, are arbitrary differentiations. There are no hard walls between a portion and another portion, experientially. You discover it's infinitely differentiated. So if you look within the visual field, how much information is there? Well, as much as you care to look for, But the color I'm seeing right there is different than the color I'm seeing right there, is different than the color I'm seeing right there, is different than the color I'm seeing right there. The luminosity I'm seeing right there is different than the luminosity I'm seeing right there, different than, And how far can you take that? Well, as far as you want. There's no limit. You can never get to a point where it stops being differentiated. You can take a square nanometer of your visual field and look at it, and there's no limit to how much differentiation you can find. So, experience is infinitely differentiated. It appears to be infinitely different than itself in terms of the experiential characteristics that seem to be being presented. And yet, it never departs from itself. Every single bit of all of this differentiation is just vision. It's just here. So the differentiation is in presentation, not in actuality, not in substantiality, not in the event. So there's one event, which is the presence of a field of vision that presents as infinitely differentiated, and yet does not depart from itself. It never actually becomes differentiated. Just like in a dream, you can dream of, a million things, and it's all just dream. It's all just one dream sitting there. So it can present as infinitely differentiated, and yet it never departs from itself. And this is true in every aspect of experience. All experiential characteristics are completely unresolvable. You can't pin down exactly what anything is, exactly what shade of color something is, exactly what shape something is, exactly what flavor some taste is. What does something taste like? So you take a taste of a food. You go into an Indian restaurant and you take a fork full of food and you taste it. It's like, wow, all this flavor, right? But what flavor is it? How can you answer that question? How can you possibly answer that question? It can't be done. And even because it doesn't resolve, even that one forkful doesn't have one flavor. It doesn't even have a gestalt of flavors. It has infinite implications of flavors that are continually morphing and not resolving and not falling into coherence as this or that. It's bizarre, super hyperspatial rainbow of information that never collapses into sufficient stability to actually be a coherent whole. And yet it is. Here it is. It's real. It's actual. It is that. So we have this very strange condition where there's this inconceivable volume of very specific characteristics that are exactly what they are, and yet that what is completely unresolvable. It's unfindable as a specific. And yet it is specific. It is specifically that. It is specifically unresolvable. It is specifically incoherent.
So when you say unresolvable, are you saying not able to be pinpointed? I'm not
Yes.
sure what that word means.
Exactly that.
Not able to be pinpointed.
Sure. You can't pin it down. You can't say exactly what it is. And of course, again, with this example we're using flavor, but you could use any experience whatsoever. And this, of course, is not limited to sense experiences. Another characteristic of this field, this present field of actuality, this present field of experience, is that it is infinitely dimensional. And this infinite dimensionality is each infinite dimension itself is infinitely dimensional. So it's fractally infinitely dimensional. You can try and wrap your head around that. But so you look at the field of vision. How many sort of call it axes of qualitativeness are there present in the field of vision? Well, there's color, there's luminosity, there's shape, there's contrast, there's probably as many others as you want to think of, and none of those are resolvable as to exactly what they are. None of those are resolvable sufficiently to accurately differentiate them from any of the others. I mean, what's the difference between color and luminosity? Well, you kind of intuitively feel that there seems to be a difference between color and luminosity, but there's no one and the other, because they come as a seamless stew, a seamless presentation of actuality, and we think of it as these separate axes, these separate strains that we can pick out. And here, this is color, and this is luminosity, and luminosity is not color, and color is not luminosity. And yet you can't have one without the other. How can you have color without luminosity? And so it starts to get subtle when you try to look at exactly what anything is. Again, it's unresolvable. Any specific is absolutely and completely and intrinsically unresolvable, which is very contrary to normal human thinking, which assumes that there is some ultimate actual differentiation. This is this, and that is that, and this is not that because it's this and it's different than that. That falls apart. You can't resolve an actual this sufficiently to verify that it's actually different from an actual that, because they kind of slur into each other. It's kind of It's weirder than that. So, all I'm doing now is enumerating sort of arbitrary aspects of the way this actuality presents itself, and trying to point out the ways in which this transcends all normal human ways of thinking about it. So what do you do about something that is exactly one thing and yet presents as infinite differentiation? What do you do about something that is infinitely dimensional, and none of the dimensions are resolvable as stably themselves, even because they're themselves infinitely dimensional, and you can't pin down or verify exactly or resolve sufficiently exactly what any of those are. It just gets weirder and weirder. It gets it's like it's beyond science fiction. What this simple experiential field is. And noticing that that's the case is letting go of your misconception, letting go of misunderstanding, letting go of delusion, in spiritual terms, into the actuality that you already are, that this already is. This already is that. It doesn't need to be made into that. And even the misunderstanding is in fact this. Because if you look at what is conceptualization? Is logic logical? Is thought conceptual? What when you have a thought, what is happening? Can you possibly answer that question? Can you say what a thought is? Can you resolve what thought is? What thinking is? How does meaning happen? Well, I'm thinking of the floor. I'm thinking of the chair. What does that mean? I'm thinking of the floor. What specifically and exactly does that refer to? How does that happen? How can you think of a floor? How can you think at all? What happens when a thought appears? In what way is that thought relational? And the point isn't that doesn't happen. Obviously, we all are very familiar with the fact that this does happen. The point is, it's weird. It's downright trippy. It's completely nonlinear. It's completely bizarre what this actually is, what is actually happening in experience. And when you appreciate that fact, when you just notice that is the case, it's not even, you have to step up to it or rise to some superior understanding of something. You just notice, oh my God, this is some really weird shit here. This is really a very, very strange circumstance relative to how we normally describe it or think about it. But here it is. Here you are. But what are you? Well, here's this weird field of experience that's here. Where are you? What are you? What's your relationship to this field? Are you in it? Are you looking at it? And you try and find you. Where are you? What are you? Where are you located? Well, I'm here. Where's here? This is here. The experiential field is here. Am I in a part of it more than other parts of it? When I see that wall over there, where am I and where's the wall? There's just the seeing. Where is the seeing happening? Here. The field of experience. There's apparent distance, but the distance is within the field of experience, so it doesn't actually depart from the field of experience, so it collapses into a unity. It's like touch, I'm touching the computer, I'm touching the chair. Where's that happening? Here. In experience. So there's zero distance between what is experienced and what is thought to be experiencing it. And, okay, let's look at the experiencer. Where's the experiencer? What's the experiencer? Well, what's the evidence for an experiencer? Here's experiencing, right? This is clearly experiencing, right? Experience is happening, let's say. That's a pretty accurate statement. That's a pretty strong statement. Does it need any, is there anything missing from that statement? Is there any parts missing? Experience is happening. Why does there need to be an experiencer? Why does there need to be an experience? Why does it need to have parts? Why does it need to be a mechanism that somehow, gears that have to somehow engage? How about it's just here? It's experiencing. And maybe that's just a condition. Maybe experiencing is miraculously present. Who needs a you? Who needs an it? Those are obviously logical constructions. They're logical assertions based on, well, here's experience, so there must be an experiencer and an experienced. No one says that except a logic teacher. No one would say that except, a debater. Because experience is that not a complete statement? Experience is there anything left out? What's left out of that? What's not being included in that? Experience is. And if experience is, then what is this it is? Well, here it is. Check it out. What is it? Well, it's very interesting, isn't it? A lot of qualities, none of them resolvable, instantaneously present, always here, always now, no there, no then, completely unresolvable in every regard whatsoever. And here it is. Well, how do you talk about that? Well, you can't, because everything about it is completely unaddressable. Even unresolvability. You can't resolve what unresolvability is precisely enough to verify that it is unresolvability. It's even weirder than that. So all of these assertions are just implications. They're just more bullshit. They're more inaccurate, holding up a template as if it's going to somehow have a one-to-one correspondence, and it doesn't. So this is exactly itself. It's a pretty strong statement. This is itself. This is this. This is. Or just this. Well, that sounds like a pretty complete spiritual teaching. This. Anything left out? Did I miss anything?
Go home now.
You didn't even need to come. So, most of the challenge of trying to teach spirituality consists of clearing away the brush, because, again, that this is self-evident, but, it's very easy to retain an investment in our cleverness and the intricacy of our history of engaging with it as being this or that, and well, yeah, but what about emptiness? What about consciousness? What about awareness? What about doership? All of these sort of things that have been posited as being relevant concerns or relevant actualities that should or could be addressed in spirituality, and to come in with the broom of actuality, the broom of this, the broom of absolute indeterminacy, and sweep all that stuff out and say, forget it all, throw it all away, start over, reinvent the wheel. Assume everything that's ever been said about spirituality is complete bullshit. It's completely wrong. It's entirely missing the mark, like the Flat Earth Society, or the Space Brothers are going to come down and save the day. That kind, on that league of like, yeah, right. And here we are. Here's this. What's missing? Is there anything missing? Is it, is there any parts missing? Is there any incompleteness? Is there any unresolved? Is there any resolved? What does unresolved even mean? What would resolved look like? Like everything would stop all of us. Oh, okay, I've resolved it. Bang, it stops. Ordinarily, human beings relate to their being, their situation, their experience in terms of interpretation of what the patterns that experience presents itself as seem to be. And they identify theories about what they are, what their situation is, what their environment is, what the sorts of the way the energies patterns seem to interact, and try to work with these patternings in ways that they imagine will be advantageous. Which is all very well and good. It leads to normal human functioning that we're all very familiar with. There's one problem, though, which is that what experience actually consists of is generally not accurately included within the people's interpretations of what the patterns that present themselves as within their experience and as their experience seems to be. So as a result, there will be an inaccuracy in the way that they relate to their patterns or what they think the patterns are, that will tend to grow over time. Rather like having a theory of a calendar. If you think the day is 23 hours and 59 minutes long, after a little while it's going to be noon in the middle of the night. So this sort of, it's a principle you might call the inherent reality check. The nature of reality intrudes itself sooner or later, continually, in fact, at a certain point where it becomes obvious that our interpretations have not been clear enough, have not been accurate enough. Buddha called this the inherent frustration of existence, that no matter what you try and get, you're never going to get exactly what you want, and when you try and hang on to it, you're not going to be able to hang on to it as you may hope. And what you don't want is going to have a tendency to show up anyway. And he, of course, cited the famous sickness, old age, and death. He might have thrown in taxes if he'd lived in a civilized culture. Little irony there. Oh, sorry. Anyway, but in yoga, it is possible to explore what experience is directly outside of the context of what the patterns are interpreted as being, and getting caught up in relating to all of this interpretation of what the patterns seem to be. What are the patterns made of? How are they showing up? What is this energy itself, rather than the patterns that the energy seems to show up in? What is the energy of experience? And this yields an entirely different orientation of what one is, what one's situation is, and what the implications of that are. And this orientation, very fortunately, turns out to be wonderful, because what this actuality that is here turns out to be is very wonderful, especially from a point of view of human limitation. So in short, discovering what this is provides a revelation on what you are, what your situation is, what the implications of that are in terms of achievement, satisfaction, fulfillment, completion, and ultimately transcendence. That is absolutely wonderful. And this happens to be actually the case, and it is discoverable simply by looking at what experience is, rather than orienting to it in terms of what the patterns seem to be. I seem to be a little droopy tonight. I apologize for that. It's strictly my manner, I assure you. The nature of the patterns, the nature of interpreting the patterns that show up in experience is such that it is very seductive to do so. And even though the patterns do present, and even though reality is presenting these patterns, still and all, getting obsessed with these patterns tends to create a sort of a feedback network of obsession and distraction, where instead of, even though in actual fact you are, of course, completely and always 100% engaged with actuality, because what else could you be engaged with? What else could be present? What would it be made of if it wasn't actual? But because obsession with these patterns can become so distracting, what happens is essentially one spins off into fantasy, even while one is in fact immersed in nothing other than actuality. And this spinning off into fantasy can distract one from the actuality, and hence cut one off from appreciating and taking advantage of the inherent and wonderful implications of what this actually turns out to be. And then the erroneous implications of one's interpretation of the patterns may be dominant, and that may be all one is obsessed with, which can create all sorts of feelings of inadequacy, partiality, separation, frustration, and suffering, and so on and so forth. I better quit while I'm not too far behind.
Dig yourself deep.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I will redeem my presentation in discussion. Michael.
Peter, you said something a few weeks ago that really was so powerful. I've been contemplating it a lot. And that is, every interaction is when two people meet and interact in whatever way, talking or even just being together, a lot more going on than on the surface. It's an energetic interaction.
Yes.
And that's very subtle and very profound.
Yes, certainly. And not just people. Experience is literally infinite dimensional, so that any and all participation with experience, which of course there's nothing other than, it is infinitely multidimensional in terms of its meaningfulness, its implication, the qualities and quantities of information and intelligence and meaningfulness that are presented. And of course, this is very experienceable between two people, because there is, modern material philosophy includes body language and the nuance of communication, the nuance of the way things are phrased and so on and so forth. But it's very, very easy to experience psychic flavors and all sorts of nuance, of meaningfulness, of informational value, just non-linearly and open-endedly. And in actual fact, the more open you become to what your experience actually is, the more you'll discover that sensory experience is small, is tiny. That's not literally true, because it actually has no dimension at all. But relatively speaking, then in terms of the way, let's say, consensus reality thinks of it, sensory experience is very, very small, and the realms of subtle energy engagement are vast and multidimensional.
It's almost like a sense impression is a front for a whole labyrinth beyond that.
Sure. There's a lot of ways to think of it, but you don't need to model it, because you have the actuality.
Right.
So The trick, of course, is to become aware of that.
Mahamudra means, I've brought this up before, the great gesture, and Srila described that as, or defined that as, things are a gesture of themselves. Each moment is a display of its own intrinsic nature.
Yeah, which is infinite and open-ended and transcendental inherently. I mean, this is the amazing fact. One discovers that what this actually consists of is literally infinite. It's obviously and palpably infinite. It's not infinite in some theoretical sense of some abstract philosophy. It is literally infinite and open-ended. And this is very directly experienceable. Everyone experiences it all the time because there's nothing else to experience. But we become experts at ignoring that, at sort of self-censoring our experience and limiting it down to, very small seeming content automatically. So we seem able to not notice the open-endedness.
And in terms of the teachings which are very common in the East, Hindu and Buddhist teachings say, and this sounds very linear, but maybe there's more to it. That you experience something negative, or somebody attacks you, either verbally or physically, or some unfortunate situation happened. And traditionally, I know for a fact in, say, Buddhism, I don't know so much about the Hindu take on it, but that's one's negative karma ripening, and therefore, if you say, generate anger under the strain of that situation, creating more karma.
Yeah, a lot of that kind of interpretation is a little overly simplistic. In fact, a lot overly simplistic. In actual fact, your experience is nothing other than your karma. So what you experience is your own energy. Very much in the way when you dream at night, all you're experiencing is your own energy.
Sure.
Even if you're dreaming and there seems to be a central content of the dream where you're interacting with somebody or some event seems to be happening, but there might seem to be a background or a tree or a house you happen to glance at or something like that. Those things they don't just happen to be there. They are in the background. Of course, they're being put there very intentionally as an expression of the meaningfulness of your energy, of the dreamer's nature. And likewise, waking consciousness, waking experience is exactly the same thing. So every single thing that you experience is your own energy. But when you see it in terms of events of this and that and separation and this is you and we're having an interaction and it's positive or negative or all these qualifications, you're relating to the karma in terms of the patterning, which is what I started talking about, which is a distraction into inaccuracy, a distraction away from the actuality. Whereas when you relate to it, the karmic pattern as it is, as a field of infinite energies, which are you, then it's a very different story.
When you say it's your own energy, it's your own interpretation, your own...
No, it's literally your own energy. Everything you see is you, substantially. This is your body. Your field of experience is your embodiment.
The way you were describing earlier, a moment ago, likening it to the dream state, I understood you're saying that the waking state is seen not as it is, but as it's interpreted in the same way that the dream...
Yes. Exactly so. And when you see a dream is a dreaming, it's a vastly different perspective than when you think you're literally there and it's objectively true and you're involved in a situation and there's various outcomes that might occur that might be positive or negative and so on and so forth, which is the normal experience of being lost in a dream. But with some degree of lucidity, when you have some intuition, wait a minute, this is a dream. It may look exactly the same in terms of how it's presenting itself, but obviously the implication is vastly different, completely different. And waking life is no different whatsoever.
The the mind interprets and then responds to those interpretations. It's like a labyrinth or increasing web.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It feeds on itself.
That's right.
You know, it reifies itself, and it seduces one's attention into it. You know, the essential principle is one of distraction. One is distracted by all these interpretations of these patterns, and the distraction feeds on itself and becomes even more distracting, and so on and so forth. It's like being lost in a TV show or something. Whereas in actual fact, when you're watching TV, all you're seeing is patterns of light on a screen. And likewise, here, all that is present is, well, we don't have language for it. I coined the term, I call it radiant presence, which is this actual energy that all of this is made of. This is something. What's presenting itself, this field of experience is actual. It's real, right? I mean, it's here. What it is that is here is what? It's experience. Well, what is experience made of? You know? How's it work? What's it presenting? And that's all that is present is what it's made of. What it seems to be in terms of the shapes it seems to have and the dynamism of the various sub-patterns that seem to be appearing and all that is just accidental. But the real interesting fact is, what is this energy that's shining forth here, that's presenting itself? And this is, you know, and obviously it has no name. I'm calling it radiant presence is completely arbitrary, but it's meaningful to do so. But the point is not designating it one way or the other. The point is becoming directly aware of it as such, becoming directly aware of it, that it is, in the way that it is. And then you become aware of experience as experience, not experience as worlds and people and bodies and events and time and space, but just, you know, all of those are implications, all those are interpretations. They're theoretical overlays, conceptual overlays, interpretations, theories about what this may be going on here. Very much like when you watch TV, all you're seeing is patterns of light flickering on a flat screen, right? And the mind effortlessly generates an overlay of interpretation that, oh, maybe these shapes represent people, maybe these shapes represent environments that these people are in, maybe these people are interacting in this environment, and so on. There's nothing like that there. All that there is flickering lights on a flat screen. And yet, this overlay presents itself, and one can easily get distracted by getting completely invested in it. Exactly analogously, there's something present here, which if it was a TV show, would be equivalent to patterns of light on a screen. And all of the environments, the people, the events, the science, the cause and effect, and all of that are overlays, conceptual overlays, being essentially imposed in imagination by mind on this actuality. Very much, causality, for example. I mean, in a TV show, you see the good guy and the bad guy are punching each other, and the good guy lays a haymaker, and the bad guy goes flying. The bad guy didn't go flying because the good guy hit him. He went flying because that's what the pattern of light did. There was no flying, just a pattern of light moving this way and that way. And likewise, we have all these very elaborate interpretations of cause and effect that we suppose are happening in this world. And it's completely arbitrary, because all what there actually is patterns of energy. What is this energy? What is the energy that the experience is made of? And if one can become sensitive to this energy as it actually is in itself, it's a startling discovery, because the nature of this energy is drastically and wildly beyond any of the natures that we suppose our interpretations of it to be like.
So, is the orientation to this, so to speak, super subjectivity? Like I'm the subject, whatever that means.
Well, it's no more super than any subjectivity.
That I'm the center, and it's all happening within a subjective sense. It's not out
In
there.
a sense, but it's not is that simple. Yeah, you are the subject, but you are also the object. So in a sense, you can collapse it all. You can say it's all you, but you can also say you're all it. So neither one, there's not really a you and there's not really an it, there's just a this. And, well, yeah, are you this? Yeah, sure you are. But is everything this? Yeah, sure it is. Is the universe this? Yeah, sure it is. So it's not like it collapses down to you or it collapses down to the universe or something. It is one thing. And certainly you are that, but it's not that you are that, it's the idea that there is a you is entirely erroneous. It doesn't cancel the you that you're familiar with, it's just the you that you're familiar with is a misinterpretation of this actuality, which includes what you think of as your you-ness, but it's not actually based in a you, it's this. The nature of this presents as you-ness, as thisness, as thatness, and yet it is just this. So, subjectively it can seem like it collapses down to subjectivity, because you can seem like, well, gosh, this is all me. Boy, that's weird. And you think, you think, oh my God, I'm going nuts. How could this all be me? But it's, in a way, it is. But it's not that it, like I said, it's not that it collapses down. All the sort of nuances that you are familiar with experiencing actually exist. It's the interpretations of them that are erroneous. So a sense of you exists. A sense of consciousness exists. A sense of perception exists. A sense of that which is perceived exists. A sense of all this patterning and interaction exists. But having said that, you can't really say anything more than that. And it's a real mistake to then make the leap, which we ordinarily do in sort of consensus reality ways of looking at this, of falling into, well, yeah, but I'm here and the world's there and there's interaction, there's causality and there's time and space and there's beginnings and ends and there's, all of that is an over-elaboration which is just not warranted. This condition that is right here, this actuality, is enlightenment. It is pure, it is perfect, it is completely unlimited. There's no separation actually exists. There's no partiality, there's no frustration, there's no incompleteness. And simply recognizing what this already is intrinsically and what it always has been is what constitutes enlightenment. It constitutes liberation. It constitutes freedom from suffering in terms of any of the spiritual traditions. And just in fact, it is the case that is so. What causes all the problems, there's only one spiritual problem, there's only one spiritual dilemma, and that is not noticing that fact, not recognizing that fact, which happens because of misinterpretation. Misinterpretation happens largely through the fact that awareness can do a kind of a censorship. Awareness is able to selectively ignore portions of experience. Experience itself is plainly revealing what it is. Experience itself is plainly revealing transcendence. Experience itself is plainly revealing non-separation. Experience itself is plainly revealing completeness. But through this intrinsic kind of a censorship that awareness, that attention can do, it's possible to not notice that fact. The bad news is that virtually the vast majority of people fall under this delusion, this confusion, and as a result suffer needlessly. The good news is that the solution is very simple. It's very, very easy. You simply reverse the process of censorship. Simply notice and pay attention to what your experience actually consists of, outside of the bounds, outside of the portions that you typically notice, that you generally notice. And you will discover that experience actually presents itself in ways which reveal infinity, which reveal indeterminacy, which reveal completeness, which reveal non-separation. And this is actually fairly easy to do. It's not hard to do because it's hard. It's hard to do because people tend to be addicted to their censorship. People think it's a really good idea to see things the way they see it. And so the hardest thing in the world is to see things freshly, to see things outside of the context of what one already does, typically. In practical terms, as humans, we may be typically used to noticing and focusing upon things which we think are useful for our functioning. You know, we pay attention to other humans that are around us, we pay attention to the spaces we're in, we pay attention to the apparent objects that seem to be around us, and we, follow along with the rules of how we're supposed to be interacting with all these various things in ways that we imagine are going to be useful to us or beneficial, or at least not cause problems. All of which is just fine. But because of paying attention to that portion of our experience, we devote much less attention to other portions of our experience that don't seem particularly useful for day-to-day functioning in the human realm. They don't seem to be relevant or meaningful. They seem to be noise or craziness or just weird vibes or just strange flavors that don't have much to do with anything, unless you're an artist or otherwise interested in these kinds of fringe qualities, fringe experiential qualities. But in point of fact, paying attention to these portions of our experience that we typically ignore, we typically downplay and bypass as being irrelevant or meaningless or just noise, is profoundly valuable because it reveals to us the actual nature of experience, the actual nature of reality, reveals to us what we are, what this is, and what you will discover, what you will find in what this happens to be is absolutely astounding. It's absolutely indescribable amazingness. And in fact, it's been described at great length in all the great spiritual traditions in terms of great hyperbole, the presence of the divine, infinite light, all these amazing stories about, wow, boy, wouldn't it be great if that was true? Well, it is true. It actually is true. And it's true right here, right now. And the only impediment to partaking of that is not noticing that is the case. It's not, nothing needs to be achieved, no superior state needs to be cultivated, nothing needs to be gotten rid of. You don't need to purify yourself, you don't need to become a holy person, you don't need to stop being a jerk or all of a sudden you get smart or anything. It turns out none of that is relevant one way or the other. It's just irrelevant. It's neither good nor bad. And you can feel free to do that. There's plenty, you can pursue self-improvement all you want, but it will not make the slightest difference in terms of what you are and what this is. So if you discover what you are and what this is, if you're then interested in pursuing self-improvement, well, hey, have at it, Learn to play the piano, save the whales, it's all great, it's wonderful. But nothing hinges on it from a spiritual point of view. It's not going to be any advantage to you to be a good person spiritually, and it's not going to be a disadvantage to not be a good person. It just is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with it. The only important thing in terms of spirituality and spiritual realization, is noticing what this is intrinsically, noticing what you are intrinsically. And this already is what it is. It always has been what it is. It always will be what it is. It can't not be what it is. You always have been this astounding condition. You always will be. You can't not be. And simply noticing that is the case is what constitutes enlightenment. So we find ourselves in this very strange situation that we've been seduced into a very reasonable interpretation of what our experience is and what our life is and what our reality is that happens to be entirely erroneous. It happens to be entirely wrong. And until we discover directly this fact, until we discover directly the error of this erroneous interpretation, and until we see what our actual situation is, we will continue to be muddling about in an entirely unrealistic situation that is wholly other than we think it is. Of course, it's all much more subtle and paradoxical than that, because even though we don't understand the situation we're in, we are still actually in the actual situation that we are in. So even though we are deluded and confused about it, we are still engaged with it. So its essential process is still proceeding, even though we're not aware of it. However, becoming directly aware of what this situation actually is enables us to engage with it much more directly, efficiently, and as well as to enjoy the nature that it happens to consist of, which turns out to be absolutely delightful and wonderful and blissful and etc., 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 which is kind of a nice perk. It's sort of fortunate that happens to be the case. So, in the short version is that, well, the short version, the long version, the only version is that your experience consists of one thing and one thing only. And this one thing is what I call radiant presence, which is a present positivity, a present creativity that shows up as all of your experience. It shows up as all of your sensory experience. It shows up as your mental experience. It shows up as your subjective experience. It shows up as your seemingly objective experience. But it is one thing that shows up in all of these seemingly multidimensional, very, very differently sort of seemingly textured ways. This radiant presence, this actuality that your experience consists of, is actual. It is real. It is substantial, and in fact, nothing that appears in it as it, in terms of all of your world and your circumstances and all that, they are not real. They borrow their actuality from the actuality of the radiant presence. So when you look around you and you look at the computer you're looking at now and you look around the room you're sitting in, you're not seeing a room, you're not seeing a computer, you're seeing the actuality of radiant presence, whose nature is such that it looks as if it was those things. It looks as if it was appearing in those patternings. It's very much like a movie. If you go to a movie, all the circumstances you're seeing and all the the interactions and the car chases and whatever the content of the movie is the actuality that seems to be presenting is only actual because the light from the projector is actual. The light from the projector is the only thing that's actually there. And all of this people and characters and events and circumstances and sets and special effects and all that borrow their actuality from the actuality of the light. The actuality of the light shining from the projector is the only actuality that's present, the only actuality that's real in the movie. And because the light is real, all of these ramifications of the light, all of the seeming events of the movie appear to be real. But they aren't. Only the light itself is real. This is exactly analogous to our situation. The radiant presence alone is real. You are the radiant presence. The entire bubble of your experience is this radiant presence. And it looks very detailed and elaborate and seeming to be consist of all of these subsystems, but it's its nature to appear so, but it does not actually do that. It does not actually consist of all of this detail. Its nature is to generate fractally all of this incredible precision of detail and seeming function and seeming movement of the patternings of experience that show up. And the important fact is that this can be discovered directly. It is possible to see that this is the case. It is possible to know that this is the case with absolute certainty and absolute clarity. You don't need to approach this as a philosophy or play with these ideas or play with these notions or anything like that. You can directly see the radiance. You can directly see that this is the case. And of course, doing so is immediately self-verifying and is the goal of so-called spirituality. When you see what this is, when you see what you actually are, then all questions are answered and all confusions are cleared up. And you have the delightful discovery that you're not this pathetic being in this horrifying, out-of-control world. On the contrary, you are an entirely transcendental condition of astoundingly hyper-intelligent energy that is exploring itself and running basically its own simulations of itself as part of its own internal transcendental process.